primary goal when we investigate these complaints. We recently had, one of my coworkers handed me, oh, here it is. On 9/28/22, he conducted an unannounced visible emission inspection. That's another way that we look at their facility, is we look at the visible emissions that come out of the stack where the asphalt batch plant is. They have a 20% emission standard. They rarely, if ever, exceed that, at least never when we're there. So it's difficult for us with being now in Grass Valley and Portola to get somebody there in a timely manner. So you get a complaint, you come up here, and by then they're not even batching asphalt. Maybe the winds died down. So it's extremely difficult to verify the complaints. And of course, we understand nobody really wants to live next to an asphalt batch plant or sand and gravel facility. So that's where we are at this stage. I will say that their emissions are very low compared to their permit limits. I'm not sure if they've seen that paperwork. Yeah, then they know. Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
I just have one question. Is Tykert compliant with their permit?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Does anybody have any follow-up questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
I imagine you have sensors on the site or somewhere?
No.
No sensors?
No.
You say there's no monitoring from NSAQMD?
No. People always ask that question, and monitoring is expensive. So we have samplers on the roof at the fire station in Truckee, there at 267 where the diner is,
Right,
in Donner
right.
Pass Road, old 267 now. We've been monitoring there since 1988, and those monitors cost $22,000 for one. So we don't have the money to put them, and that's just the beginning of the process. Then, of course, there's getting internet access, maybe a webcam, security. It can add up to a lot of money really fast, which is why we tend to put our samplers on roofs at secure locations to avoid vandalism. We have had equipment vandalized in the past, and so we try to avoid that because it's very expensive.
So if the wind's blowing in the opposite direction,
In Truckee, if you live in Truckee, you know the wind is almost always blowing out of the west or southwest most of the time. I would say 80% of the time. Every so often you might get a north wind, every so often maybe an east wind, but at least at the Truckee Fire Station there, the wind's almost always coming out of the west. And of course, that would move anything from Tykert up
right, that's
toward Glenshire.
Yeah. I live in Glenshire, so
Yeah.
I'm aware of what you're describing.
Yeah.
So when you do test, what does that look like?
Well, we sample on a continuous basis, 24/7.
And how do you say?
Yeah, at the Truckee Fire Station. That's
Oh,
all we can do
okay.
is
So at the-
sample
okay.
there. We would never bring instrumentation out to the site. It's just complicated. I know a lot of people think that we have like tricorders and we can go out there and go like that and read the air. And it's not that simple. You can't just read the air. You would have to have a gas chromatograph on site in an enclosure, manned by a chemist or somebody. I mean, it's very, very expensive to do that. And odor complaints are notorious for being difficult to track down. And they eat up huge amounts of staff time. And again, as they mentioned in both Chantel's presentation and the Tykert, you can smell these sulfur compounds at less than 1 part per million. There is no health risk. If there was a health risk, we would have something we could grab onto and say, hey, you're going to have to mitigate this health risk. That's what the law says. But even a very conservative screening of their process came in with a score less than 1. We don't take any action until the score gets to 10. So this was a facility that was just like, oop, not even a worry. We do have some large facilities that have scores greater than 10 who had to do health risk assessments. And we don't do a health risk. They called it a health risk screening, but it's really more of a very, very conservative prioritization screening to determine whether or not a health risk analysis will be required, which can be very expensive and requires the hiring of a consultant. We do not do those. We are not qualified to do those. And when the health risk assessment is done, it gets sent off to OEHA, which is the Office of Environmental Hazard and Health Assessment, I believe is the acronym. And they are a bunch of PhDs, epidemiologists. They will review the health risk assessment and give it their seal of approval or reject it. So.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Prior to the office closing in 2012, are you aware of that there was a different approach or more hands-on, and what did that look like?
Approach hands-on on what?
In terms of monitoring and being aware, going to the site, or maybe you said someone would actually go to the neighborhood.
Well, we instructed that employee to keep an eye on Tiger because we were aware of the complaints, and naturally, that's our job, is to try to confirm those complaints, and that's part of what we do. I mean, people complain, and they call our office, and they're not always honest with us. I'm not saying these people are dishonest, but we get a lot of complaints, and we take the staff time, and we go out there, and we find nothing. And we take the staff time, we go out there, we find nothing. More often than not, we find nothing. What we do find out is maybe these neighbors don't like each other, maybe there's a barking dog, maybe they don't like living next to a sand and gravel facility or an asphalt batch plant. So it's we keep an eye on them. That's part of what we do, is let's watch them, let's do our inspections, let's make sure they're in compliance, and that's really the best we can do.
Did the moving of the office also correspond to we started to prohibit the use of wood stoves? I know that the organization or the district.
No, that goes back. That goes back to so the monitoring on the roof in Truckee showed that back in the 90s, the PM levels, particulate matter levels, were very high in Truckee. Truckee was the worst site in our 3-county district.
With all due respect, let's stay out of the weeds in regards to.
I was just curious about kind of the level of monitoring and assessments, and aware that we were paying a lot of attention, prior to us getting rid of the wood stoves. That's fine. We can not follow up with that.
Right.
Thank you for your answers.
Just kidding.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Nothing else?
Wait, no, can I?
Do you have another question?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Joe. I think you actually know my husband, Leland Tarnay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, hi.
Great guy.
We've talked on the phone once, I think. So it sounds like, regardless of whether or not this considerable number of persons complains of odor, there will not be enforcement of this regulation.
If there is enforcement of it, it would happen when they're in non-compliance with their permit. That would give us a solid foundation to pursue a legal action against Tykert. But this gets really ambiguous and difficult, and if I go to my boss, she's going to want something solid, something enforceable. And so that's why this has never been, we've never even brought a case against anyone in over 36 years because of just the way it's written. I know some of the air districts have written it to be less ambiguous. I believe the Bay Area has a version of this, but we did not choose to adopt that.
This is your regulation, so you
Well,
could change that.
it's basically a quote right out of the Health and Safety Code, Section 41700. That's what it is. If you go to 41700, that's what you'll read.
And 41700 is a state code?
Yeah, California Health and Safety Code.
Okay. And the NSAQMD has no interest in making that a more defined, instead of considerable number, a more defined policy.
Not at this time.
Okay, and then this may not be current technology, I don't know. I have another friend who's in air quality management and has talked about odor detection and something called a nasal ranger. Does that does that help detect smells?
I've never heard of a nasal ranger, though I do know that they have artificial olfactory systems that are even more sensitive than the human nose. In fact, I saw an article today, the Israelis have come up with a new system that can smell far more accurately than humans can. Not as well as a dog yet, but better than humans. But we don't have those equipment. That would be the sort of thing that you'd want to have 24/7 and some way to record the data in a meaningful way so that you can say, look, this is an odor that shouldn't be here. Oh, they were batching asphalt at this time, and then 10 minutes later, with the wind data showing that it moved that direction, then you could at least, with I think a high degree of accuracy, say, yeah, this odor probably came, and here's the threshold, and yes, a person could smell it. But that doesn't, again, yeah, they smell it, but that doesn't mean they're being impacted from their health, although it could affect their, what's the word they use? Repose. I suppose it could affect your repose.
Okay, still not an enforceable policy is basically what you're saying.
It would be difficult. I think we would get some pushback on that because ultimately it has to go to the district attorney and he's going to say, I need something better. And again, a violation of their permit is a much easier thing to enforce.
All right, I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and move into clarifying questions for the applicant. Commissioner Freeman, do you have any clarifying questions for the applicant?
Only question would be, has there been any changes to the operation of this facility since we reviewed and approved this 2 years ago?
Commissioner Freeman, I think since 2 years ago, the biggest change in operation would be the installation of the blue smoke system.
I think you had that in place.
If I remember correctly, it had just been put in place, but it wasn't completely operating. It had been built that summer, and we were still waiting for some parts, and it was trying to get it fine-tuned, I guess.
So it's more fine-tuned now?
Correct.
Okay, only question.
Commissioner Charnay?
Thank you. I'm a little confused about some of these things. It talks about the vehicle wheel washer. In our staff report, it says the vehicle wheel washer would provide additional benefit in controlling fugitive dust from the site. So is it not in use, or where is it in use? Does it help on the site or when they're leaving the site?
There is a vehicle wheel wash on site. It's basically not in use because we found that by using water trucks and surfactant on the ground, that's actually a much more efficient way of keeping down dust. And,
Okay.
when the water trucks actually go out into the street and to Jorger Drive and clean up there as well.
Oh, so it's not in use. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead. Yeah.
The wheel wash would help with track out, leaving the facility. We don't have a track out problem. So not using it isn't creating more of a dust issue. It's sort of a last stop. Would there be days when there's mud and additional dirt that could be deposited that would then dry? That's when you would use the wheel wash. But we're not seeing a track out issue, so that's why it doesn't make a difference at this point. It really just becomes a waste of water to implement it when there's no track out.
And you're saying there's no track out because the dust, when you water it, it's not thick enough mud to stick to the tires? What does that mean?
So when the water's applied to the rest of the facility and the roads that they drive on, the gravel, the unpaved roads, enough is applied where it doesn't create huge mud puddles, and then the dirt stays mostly stuck on the ground and you don't get mud on the tires. Then there's a paved area leaving the facility where the rest of that would fall off. The wheel wash would then become an additional stop should we have issues where they're not knocking off the rest of the dirt before they leave the facility.
And you would use that in a situation where you had a lot of rain and it was very muddy?
That's usually when they would be applied, yes. Yeah.
Okay, and then there's another thing here where it said that the pamphlet is typically handed out to the drivers at the scale house prior to exiting the facility. So the drivers are getting the educational materials after they leave, not as they come to the property. Is that correct?
Correct, because you don't capture them as they're coming into the property based on the way they're routed, but most of the drivers are return customers. So they've received this pamphlet over and over the number of years that it's been in place.
Okay, and there's no way to capture those new drivers as they're coming on before they have
Not really, because they pull in and they go to the plant, right to the plant itself. But there's really, when they're pulling in, the rules are actually listed right out in front. There's a huge sign that tells them all the rules. So it's the same thing that they're getting by hand.
Okay. I have not visited your sign.
Okay, yeah, no, there's a billboard in the entry, so everybody sees that, and then we remind them again when they're leaving with the handout.
Great, and I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Riley,
one
questions
question.
for the applicant?
You might have mentioned this, but if you could repeat when the crusher was moved, the rock crusher?
Oh, boy, so it's been moved a number of times.
Has it?
The last time, Tom, was it roughly 2018, 17? 17, I believe, yes.
Thank you.
And that's when it was further to the north, and we did have a fair number of noise complaints.
Yeah.
We moved it to the south, and really it's well enough away, plus it's insulated.
Okay, so you've noticed the number of complaints go down relative to the movement of that?
I believe the only noise complaint that we've had, and I could be correct on this, but it has to do with a vehicle that was not equipped with a squawker and had a backup alarm on it.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Claren, clarifying questions for the applicant.
Just two quick ones, actually. How does lining the tanks reduce odor?
Yes, well, thanks.
This might be better for our actual operations guy. I'm not very familiar with that. If the resealing of the tanks.
Come on up, operations guy.
I think in general, why Pete's walking up here, it's just, once again, it's with everything else that if there are fugitive emissions, so small cracks or any type of air hole or whatever that the asphalt oil can escape from, by lining them, he's basically enclosed it and made it airtight. If you disagree, Pete?
That was sufficient.
Hi guys, I'm Pete Sainsbury. I'm the superintendent on site. It basically he's 100% right, but we're also not heating the oil as much. Everything's staying insulated, and we're not burning as much fuel. We're not losing as much fugitive smoke.
In a former life, I was a landscaper on Long Island, and when we went to the dumps, we had to have our trucks covered, even though we were all independent contractors. It would seem to me you can make that same requirement of all trucks need to have a cover.
Kind of a loaded question. We don't own the trucks. We can't make that requirement.
You can.
The state of California doesn't require them.
You have a speed limit, don't you?
We do have a speed limit
You
on
enforce
site.
that, correct?
Yeah.
So why couldn't you enforce a cover?
Just because then the drivers won't be using the site.
Where else would they
Because
go
that's
for
a cost
asphalt?
to them.
Where else would they go for asphalt? They have to use your
Reno.
site. They're not going to Reno. It costs too much to do that.
So I don't know if Tom or anybody wants to answer this, but we've had that discussion before and feel like it's not in our call to require them to tarp.
I believe it is, but okay.
Well, we can talk about that in deliberation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I believe that covers the clarifying questions for the applicant. And before we move into to deliberation, I'd like to open public comment for agenda item 8.1, the Martis Valley Quarry. If you have a comment that you would like to make, please make your way up to the podium. State your name. You'll have 3 minutes to make your public comment, and afterwards, please submit a comment card to Kaylee. They're available at the back of the room.
Hi, I'm Mark Pato. I live on the cliff there. I've been here 25 years, so I just want to kind of let you know that, one, you kind of...
Please disregard that, Mark. We're having a little challenge with the timer.
Yeah,
Hold on
this is
for
all
just 1
free time.
second.
Okay. Boom.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Mark. Okay, go
So
ahead.
to some extent, I would like to say that, people do get tired of complaining all the time. Been here 25 years. You can only complain so much. The air quality testing, like you mentioned, is on top of the fire station. The winds blow west. We've brought this up a million times. Notice that that air quality assessment claiming a big drop of 86% or whatever it was had to do with the time frame when they stopped the fire, the stoves. So the big particle drop wasn't because of Teichert's efforts, it was because you stopped burning stoves that were west of the fire station that were blowing smoke toward it. So a lot of that mitigation is not the same data, right? We've always asked for the data. Back to the day when there was that individual that worked here, I called him specifically himself, and he said, yeah, I'm not coming out there to do that for you. Also told him the time of the day when we get the inversion layer and smell the asphalt, which is usually early in the morning. He said, yeah, I'm not coming down there early in the morning to smell anything. So I get, and I think it was a great point, that it may not be a health risk, but it's been a nuisance. You might notice that it might be a nuisance. It's been a nuisance for the 25 years that we've been here. It is something that we've constantly complained about, but at some point you kind of get tired of it. I would recommend, one, the EcoSorb, which is the oil that they put on top to cut the odor. Why don't you, if you measure how much gallons per thousand or whatever it is that they're supposed to use versus what they do use recommended by the EcoSorb people, you might get an indication of how well they do. And also the filtration system uses a carbon filter. Do they replace that as often as recommended by the manufacturer? Those would be my suggestions for what you could do to help mitigate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Georgia Smith. I'm a resident in Glenshire near the plant. First of all, I'd like to say that I speak for several other residents, not just myself, and we agree with the staff's recommendation of an additional 2-year review in light of the continuation of odors, and appreciate the work staff members have invested in this issue. There's plenty of documentation about the dangerousness of these sort of volatile organic contaminants that can happen to people. We've already been told that Tigert has determined that they are not dangerous, that are coming from their plant. So I'm not going to attack that. I have nothing to attack with that. I have a handout, but it's a general thing. We've already been told it's not dangerous. However, the California statute that we've been hearing about, that governs odor emissions, clearly is concerned not only with the health and well-being of citizens, but also it addresses the detriment of damage to residential property values. Simply, it doesn't have to be unhealthy to be a nuisance and to be a bad odor that attacks our way of life, our well-being, and our property values. Truckee residents have been complaining about and documenting instances of noxious odors from the plant since the 2016-17 5-year review. And prior to that, there were numerous ad hoc complaints submitted by residents for at least the past 20 years. There should be no need to gather more data or complaints, and we believe that the time for action is now. As we've been hearing and is stated in the staff report prepared for this meeting, the California Health and Safety Code Air Resources Section 41700 addresses odor emissions. Enforcement of these provisions are delegated to different places, the California Air Resources Board, CARB, and the Regional Air Quality Management Districts, which we heard from Mr. Fish. The Rule 205 of the Northern Sierra Air Quality Management District's regulations mirrors this section, and it states, a person, I'll just read it again because that's what we're kind of talking about right now, a person shall not discharge from any source whatsoever such quantities of air contaminants or other material which cause injury, detriment, nuisance, or annoyance to any considerable number of persons or to the public, or which endanger the comfort, repose, health, or safety of any such persons or the public, or which cause to have a natural tendency to cause injury or damage to business or property. Now, we've heard tonight that this regulation is unenforceable, according to Mr. Fish, and I don't doubt that there are difficulties with this, the way this is written. I would submit, though, that the problem is not in the lack of enforcement. If it can't be enforced, it should be rewritten or at least reworked. And so we believe that the time has come for the town to formally request that the NSAQMD and/or CARB initiate enforcement actions as delegated to them by the code. It is necessary to prevent the continuation of violations of the code and damages to our health, potentially, and well-being. At the next review in 2 years, we would like the town and the Planning Commission to present the actions.
Our timer isn't working, but Kaylee's been timing it, so your 3 minutes is over.
Okay, Georgia, can you?
Can I finish
absolutely.
my sentence?
Yes, please finish your sentence, and somebody else can come up
Thank
and
you
take
very
over
much.
the
At the next review in
comment
2 years, we would like the town to present the actions that have been, they have been taken to seek enforcement and the status of enforcement actions that have ensued or are in process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgia. And if anybody else wants to make a public comment, go ahead and queue up at the podium so that we can keep this meeting moving efficiently. Or, as we're going to have to look into that timer. I'm getting a nod from engineering over there that, yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. So again, if you do want to make public comment on this, please go ahead and queue up at the podium, and we'll move on to the next public comment speaker now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Celia Sutton Pato, and I've been a resident here in Truckee on Royal Way for the last 24 or so years. And I just wanted to address probably the same thing over and over that we've done for years now, and I just wanted to sort of educate you a little bit more about the asphalt plant itself. So the industry itself confirms that asphalt fumes must be labeled as a carcinogenic by Prop 65. So these are asphalt fumes. They're not just odors, they're fumes. And fumes are, they consist of benzene and other aromatic polyhydrocarbons, which means that you can smell it. Right? And whether or not there's a level at which it's dangerous or not, it's considered carcinogenic. Not only that, the asphalt industry itself admits that the character of the heated compounds, chemicals of the asphalt fumes, have not been fully evaluated, and therefore the health effects are not certain. Let me repeat that again. That the character of the heated compounds of the chemicals of the asphalt fumes have not been fully evaluated, and therefore the health effects are not certain. So we, on the east side of town, where the air quality is never measured, are being impacted by these fumes and the odors, and we don't know what the health effects are. But what I can tell you is that over this last summer, I usually work during the day, so I'm usually impacted by the morning fumes and the evening fumes and the nighttime fumes. But I was impacted daily, every single day, especially in the mid-August to the end of September, October range. And that was because I unfortunately had to stay at home. And therefore I was witness to these fumes day in and day out at all different times of the day. And they weren't noticing us that this was going to be happening. But when I did call down there, what they said, well, there's nothing we can do about the trucks that we contract with. We can't do anything about it. They're not part of our system. They can come and go, and they can be loaded up without being tarped. Okay? So I think that at this point, even though that they are in, they're working within the framework that their company can work in, they are within the town of Truckee. They're within the town of Truckee. So it's the town of Truckee that needs to do something now. Because if Tykert said we've done everything we can to mitigate what we can and whatnot, and they still can't somehow help live in a neighborly fashion to all the residents to the east that might be having health effects and are sickened by the fumes and odors, literally sickened, then I think the town of Truckee has to consider alternatives. And I can't say this enough. I mean, I know they don't want to move. They have the Tykert asphalt plant on
we're at our 3 minutes.
On their property, but I just want to say that they don't need the asphalt plant there. Thank you.
Okay, any more public comment for item 8.1, the Martis Valley Quarry? Going once, going twice. With that, we'll close public comment and move into deliberation.
Chair Gove.
Yes.
I just wanted to let you guys know that the condition of approval on the resolution is correct. It does not say 2023. It just says 2 years after 2022. So we're good there.
So the next review would be December 1st, before December 1st, 2024.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, I did. Did anybody on the staff or the applicant team want to respond to any public comment before we move into deliberation? Okay, Tykert's good. Staff's good. Okie dokes. All right, who would like to start? Commissioner Tarnay?
Mitch, I love the point that you brought up, that that may be within their purview to cover the trucks. Is it within the town purview to require asphalt trucks? Can we have a regulation made to require asphalt trucks as a town? Can we add that as a condition of approval? Is there...
We cannot add or modify conditions of approval for this use permit. So if I'm not sure if you're asking about making a rule that asphalt trucks that go into Tykert's property are tarped, or making a rule that asphalt trucks are tarped in the town of Truckee. I don't know if we have the authority, because I believe that I believe that would be a state authority. But I'm to be honest, I'm not sure.
So, well, you guys think about that. Mitch,
Yeah.
what would putting a tarp on an asphalt truck sequester?
Odor. It would
How?
sequester the odor. How?
Yeah.
So odor floats up into the air. If you put a tarp over the source, it stops floating up into the air.
Sure, but I mean, so this would be an airtight tarp? Like,
No, I think it would be advantageous to Tigard as a neighborly thing to do to require the people that drive through their yard to put a tarp on. It's not hard. They make automatic tarps. You press a button, the truck driver presses a button, and it goes over, it comes off. It's super simple and easy. I don't know state California highway laws, but I believe that you have to have a tarp to be driving on the highway with a load.
I don't think that's true for aggregate. However, I think, but your point, just to clarify,
So
is
that was it. It wasn't a
Yeah.
part of a condition. It was something, a gesture that Tigard could make to the community that they're trying to do something about the odors.
right, and
That doesn't cost Tigard anything.
right, and but your point, I'm just trying to help you clarify here, is that they have the ability to dictate what happens on their property, not
Correct.
necessarily what happens when they leave the property, entering into the public right of way.
Correct.
But they could say, hey, if you want to be here, you need to have this
If
on
they
your
can
truck.
enforce a speed limit, they can enforce a tarp. As far as I see, I'm not an attorney, but it would seem to make sense to me in that mode.
Chair Gove, if we could just interrupt for a second.
Please.
I mean, the past mantra that we have conveyed to the commission is that if it's not a current condition of the use permit, unless it's something that Tykert voluntarily agrees to, we do not have the authority to impose it.
I don't think that we're
unless there
talking
is a
about-
finding of an, out of permit compliance and or nuisance finding.
I don't think right now we're talking about trying to impose something. I think we're trying to, what Commissioner Claren is trying to say is, here's an idea that you could do as an applicant while managing subcontractors on your own property within your own rules and regs.
That's
That
correct.
could maybe help out with being neighborly.
That's correct. Thank
Right,
you.
and that was my point about the use of the word voluntary. That is certainly something they could voluntarily elect to do if they wanted to.
So I think we've probably made it pretty clear to the applicant that that might be something that they could explore, but it's not something that we have the ability to make as a
Require or
requirement.
enforce.
Yeah, right. Okay.
That's it for me. I think most of the jurisdiction is in the air quality district, so there's not a whole lot that we can do up here, as far as I can see.
I mean, the way that thing is written is just absolutely abhorrent. I mean, that is one of the most terrible things I've ever seen, and there's nothing that I can see that we can do to change that. I mean, we could definitely, I think, direct staff to tell them that it might be in their best interest to revise that, but that's totally out of our purview.
Maybe Georgia knows a lawyer that can rewrite it.
That was my thought, was, has it ever been challenged? And maybe I should have asked that question, but it seems like I get the perspective that no one wants to take it on, but if it doesn't get taken on, it doesn't get changed. And to me, it's just it's just beyond weak, really pathetic. And I've been I've been sitting up here reviewing Teichert since the early 2000s, and have been hearing these complaints. And I do think efforts have been made, and I appreciate and I applaud Teichert, but clearly things aren't being remedied to an effective level. I'm totally in support of what Mitch proposed. I had a similar thought in my head about covering, because I drive to Reno almost daily, and I'm with big trucks, and they're covered. They're not, things aren't coming out. So I think it wouldn't be out of our purview to make that request. I agree about being a good neighbor and looking at ways that we can help assist the people who are being impacted. Because, again, I remember hearing about the sensor at the fire station some years ago and thought that didn't make a lot of sense, because the wind doesn't really blow that way. So I would like to do whatever we can in our purview to help alleviate this odor and these issues.
So when you say help do whatever we can, do you have anything specific that you
I was in support of Mitch's covering of the trucks. I think that's a really viable option, in addition to the 2-year, continued.
Okay.
With staff, I agree with staff. And I also wanted to commend the public for continuing to voice your concerns, continuing to come out. I know what it's like to, be that squeaky wheel and feel like no one's ever hearing you. But if you don't make your voice heard, you're not being heard, and action can't be taken. So I really applaud that you're still showing up despite, what you've had to live with all these years. So thank you.
Commissioner Tarnay, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Sort of, yes. So, and I would like to see, we can throw that out there as asking them to do it voluntarily. They seemed resistant to that. But if, similar to what Mitch said, if we as a town can enforce our speed limits in town, can't we enforce something like this in town?
So we can definitely ask the town attorney, but I'm just thinking, in town, Highway 267, we don't enforce that highway, right? That's Caltrans, that's the state. So, can we enforce it on town streets? Potentially, but I can't imagine that we can enforce on highways or, so I don't think we have an answer for that, but we could explore that and ask the town attorney.
I would love to explore that. Thank you.
Noted.
Commissioner Freeman, do you have anything you'd like to add to this conversation?
I know we're in a position of very little authority on this, so not a ton to add. I like Mitch's idea of asking Teichert to ask their subs to cover their trucks. Maybe some would do it. I'd be curious to know how many asphalt subcontractors they actually work with who do any kind of significant volume. I bet it's actually pretty few in this community, and probably a couple contractors could voluntarily cover their trucks and actually make a difference. I also wonder how much of the fumes that we're smelling are from those loaded trucks or really from the batch plant. And so I would guess it's probably mostly the latter. It's from actually the batching of the asphalt, not the hauling it of it off-site.
I do spend quite a bit of time on Yorger Drive, and I will say you can smell that truck right when it goes by.
You have something else you want to add?
Yeah, I forgot that I wanted to reiterate, one of the public commenters had asked us to inquire about how often the carbon filters are changed, and then reference the EcoSorb and perhaps we could get some information from Tykert about that, just to, feel good that those
So
tasks
that would
are
be
being
something that
taken
we would be
care of.
directing staff to do at this point, is request information on how often the carbon filters are to be changed per the manufacturer's suggested requirements, and then also just get a follow-up on that. Is that right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And the amount of EcoSorb used as well.
I can definitely ask Tykert, but has to be voluntary. They are under no obligation to.
I think we understand that.
Yeah,
I think,
so-
what we're trying to do is see what narrow path we can navigate in a neighborly fashion, understanding that there's very limited things that we can do with this use permit that existed a decade before the town incorporated.
Understood.
Decades.
All right. Well, at some point, we're going to have to hear a motion.
So I was going to ask, since it's my first, do I need to read the entire adoption resolution 2022-15 to make a motion? All right. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 2022-15, thereby taking the following actions. 1, approve a project amendment to change the review date to prior to December 1st and allowing the quarry review process to remain on a biannual timeframe. And 2, determine the project amendment exempt from CEQA per section 15061B3.
I'll second the motion. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Gove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tarnay?
Yes.
Commissioner Riley?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman?
Yes.
Commissioner Claren?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Tykert and neighbors, we appreciate your time. And before we move into item number 8.2, which is the Friends of Tahoe Truckee Waldorf School, FKA Golden Valley Tahoe School. I would need to announce that I will be recusing myself from this portion of the meeting. We will now take a 10-minute recess, and Vice Chair Tarnay will manage the agenda item 8.2.
And Chair Gove, just for the record, too, I'm also recusing as I am a newly elected Tahoe Truckee Unified School District Board member. So for the integrity of the process, I'm going to step away.
Well, and I will see you in back for dinner.
Can you hear me? Is that on? Yes. Okay. So we are going to jump back into our meeting now. We are at item 8.2 for the Friends of the Truckee Tahoe Waldorf School, formerly known as Golden Valley Tahoe School. I'm going to turn it over to Chantal Bernberg for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So as Vice Chair Tarnay mentioned, we are at item 8.2. This is Friends of Tahoe Truckee Waldorf School, formerly known as Golden Valley, and this is Planning Application 2021-95. The project is located at 12640 Union Mills Road. This is a 40.1 acre project site. It's in our general plan land use designation of open space and recreation, and our rural residential zone district, 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres. These are the adjacent uses near the project location. We've got a large 40-acre parcel to the east, which is a residential parcel. There is a residential subdivision to the west, then Piping Rock Equestrian Center, and here is the state of California. It's the Ag Station and their salt and gravel barn. So past land use approvals on this site include a 1994 use permit for the Cedar Smoke School. This was a 40-person senior or middle high school. This is where the existing school building was first constructed. Then we had, in 2001, the Prosser Creek Charter School. That was a use permit approval for 500 students. That was over 3 phases. And in that use permit approval, the school was required to connect to public water and public sewer. No modulars were allowed, and there were extensive road improvements. The school never made it to 500 students and actually came back to amend the use permit to end at phase 1 and then put an expiration date on the permit. So that is not a valid or operational use permit. During the pre-application review process, the town attorney determined that the 1994 use permit was still valid, so that would allow a school with 40 students. And then later in 2021, the director approved a minor change to an approved project for a 10% increase in capacity, which is allowed without going back to the Planning Commission, and so that increased the capacity to 44 students. A brief project timeline. As I mentioned, there was a pre-application process that was submitted in March 2020. During that process, the applicant wanted staff to look into how they could operate a school at the property immediately, and then how they could get to, I think it was at that time, about 300 students, including a preschool. Staff was able to get a temporary use permit so they could operate outside from September to December 2020 while they were improving the interior of the existing building. And then also a pre-app letter that's part of the staff report was written on or submitted to the applicant in November 2020. And then again in 2021, the director approved that increase in capacity. In July of 2021, the applicant submitted the use permit requests that we're here for tonight. We had a complete application for processing in September of 2021. There was a VMT study that was completed in December 2021. The applicant asked if they could provide their own VMT study, and the Kinley-Horn analysis was agreed upon with the town August 2022. We'll talk a little bit. There was a code compliance case that took some time for the preschool that had moved on to the campus. Then we were able to release the MND November 2022, and then there was a continuance requested to submit a phasing plan this December, and now here we are. So the applicant is requesting use permit and development permit approval to operate a 240 student elementary middle school TK through 8. They would like to use the existing school building, which has 5 classrooms, and then add 4 new classrooms that would be created from 7 modular buildings. Part of the project includes widening the existing 12-foot paved entrance road on Union Mills, reconfiguration of their parking and drop-off area and additional parking, recommission or installation of a new septic system that would accommodate the increase to 240, a domestic drinking water permit to accommodate the increase to 240, and then they are requesting 1 monument sign at the entrance of the property. As I mentioned, they're requesting a use permit because schools, public and private, are conditionally allowed in our rural residential zone district. And development permit is because any cumulative increase or cumulative square footage of 7,500 square feet or more, or site disturbance greater than 26,000 square feet would require the development permit. So the commission's role tonight is to determine if the project is consistent with our general plan and our development code. With the development permit, that's a discretionary approval. The commission would be looking at site layout and building design, if it's the best utilization of a site and compatibility with surrounding properties. The use permit, also a discretionary approval. This is whether the activity should be allowed on the subject parcel, and you review the configuration, design, location, and potential impacts to surrounding uses. So this is kind of an inset, it's a 40-acre parcel, so this is where the majority of development is happening on site. Proposed impervious coverage is approximately 90,000 square feet. Proposed site disturbance, approximately 170,000 square feet. As you see, this allowed number, that's approximately 175,000 square feet. So we'll discuss this, but in our open space and recreation land use designation, you must keep 90% of the site in open space. So that allowance, that square footage allowance is the 10%, is representing the 10% of site disturbance that can occur on the site. Here is an overview of the whole site. As you can see, the development is clustered in that northwest corner, with most of the site remaining in open space. And here is an existing shot. You can see this is the existing school building. There is an existing asphalt area that's being used for parking. Here are the modulars that are being stored on site. They will be moved over, I don't know if you see where my arrow is, in this area. And then there is an asphalt kind of rectangle here that'll become an additional parking lot, and we'll have a paved connector to the driveway. And once again, this is more of the particular site plan. So as you can see, the modulars will be combined in some areas. They will be located, clustered around the kind of existing parking area. This is an paved access way to their water tank. We've got our additional parking here. And then we've got BMPs and other associated improvements. So beyond the town of Truckee permits, the applicant also needs some Nevada County Environmental Health Department permits. I spoke with them on January 12th just to make sure that we're all on the same page. And so what we've got going on right now is there are existing approvals for a septic system with approximately 89 persons and a domestic water permit for 44 persons. They will need permitting from Nevada County to expand beyond 44 students for both the water permit and then expand beyond 89 for the septic permit. There was a kitchen that was identified by social services being used for the preschool facility. That wasn't on the original tenant improvement plan, so if they would like the kitchen to remain, environmental health will have to approve the kitchen. These are some sample elevations of the modulars. This is a sample of two modulars being combined together, so the combination point is right here. So most of the buildings will be two of these. There's one building that will just be a half modular. They're going to be painted in the color scheme provided and resited to kind of match the look of the existing school building. So on December 28th of last year, the applicant submitted a project phasing request. They were hoping to expand the capacity in phase one of the existing school building without any of the infrastructure improvements, but just to get to the maximum capacity they could have at that existing building. Phase two would install the 5 modular buildings and associated infrastructure improvements, and then phase 3 would be 2 modular buildings. So staff does support phasing, but just not exactly as requested. Staff understands that the modular buildings may not be needed until there's an expansion of school enrollment, but many of the requirements for the findings and for health and safety must be completed before any intensification of use is allowed on that project site. So I'll delve into the staff-supported phasing. Phase 1 will need to bring up the project site to current development standards. So right now, because they're operating under that 1994 use permit, things are kind of as they were in 94. We would need to have the required parking. So for 5 classrooms inside the existing building, that would be 10 parking spaces. They'll need to provide the accessible parking spaces required by the state and an accessible path of travel. We'll need to make sure that the solid waste facilities and service are provided that are correct for a 5 classroom school. Stormwater treatment in phase 1 can be limited to just the new impervious surfaces because they will not have disturbed enough of the site to require all existing surfaces to be treated. We'll need to bring up the roadway widths and conditions. We'll need to look at the evacuation and safety planning and make sure we have an approved plan. All the mitigation measures that are in the M&D need to be dealt with because otherwise we would have a CEQA document that wouldn't match an approval. So mitigation measures need to be met. And then we need to make the findings for use and development permits in each step, each phase. So, and you know, the findings would still need to be made even if there was less students on site. So really the big ticket items that I think that the applicants were hoping to delay that staff can't support start with the driveway widening. So the existing driveway doesn't meet our engineering standards. It's 12 feet wide for a 2-lane road. We've identified that because Union Mills is a dead-end roadway, you know, there are some safety issues with having such a narrow width. There are CEQA impacts to evacuation and safety planning that assume that the project is having a 24-foot wide road. It's essentially a one-lane road, especially with the snowbanks right now. So you could potentially get 2 cars by, but if you think of like emergency apparatus, a large fire truck, and maybe another large car, that would be rough. And then these ones that I have kind of asterisks, as this was new information from the the Truckee Fire Protection District. So Title 14 requirements would require that the road is widened because they are in either high or very high fire severity zones, and that the fire district does not support adding any additional students without completion of the widening of the road. Another reason that staff is unable to support not having the driveway widened is our NPD's permit. The town cannot approve driving on unpaved surfaces, even if there is, you know, some shoulder available that in an emergency a car could drive on. We would be in violation of our national pollution discharge permit because we would be allowing vehicle use on unpaved surfaces. And then we also have some permit findings that require adequate provisions for public health and safety, and that infrastructure is provided prior to intensification on site, and that the streets are in adequate width and pavement for traffic generation. This is also kind of a unique situation on Union Mills Road. Union Mills Road is a completely private road. The town of Truckee does not maintain the road in any way, shape, or form. So prior to approving any intensification of use, we're just asking that the applicant demonstrates that they have legal access to the road and that there is a provision of road maintenance so that it is clear and safe and passable for emergency vehicles, for the users of the site, and for the adjacent residents. As I mentioned, it's a road maintenance and access is a civil issue, so the town's not going to be involved on how that happens or how they divvied up or what's going on, but just that there is a provision for that before we allow an intensification on site. The other ones I touched on briefly, solid waste, we just need to make sure that there's, you know, the correct solid waste facilities. The applicant did request that the solid waste screening be moved to phase 2, and staff is in support of that. It's such a large parcel, the solid waste, the dumpsters are not visible from, you know, any of the adjacent residents. So, you know, we can support the screening occurring in the next phase. We do need the applicant to ensure that there's 10 parking spaces for the 5 classrooms, and that would be striping them, correct pavement, having the required accessible spaces. We'll want to see proof that they've got their septic and water permits for the 95 people that they have requested, and then any other kind of a catch-all, any other condition of approvals need to be met with the exception of the installation of the modular buildings. Staff supports phase 2, installing the modular buildings, the additional parking, the remaining stormwater treatment facilities, because at this point they would trigger the need to install all of the stormwater treatment facilities, solid waste screening, and then all the conditions of approval that get you to 240. And then phase 3, install the remaining 2 buildings. So the staff report identifies some major discussion topics or really highlights for the Planning Commission to be thinking about as we go through the process. And that is whether or not the conditions of approval adequately address the evacuation of a 240 student school in the event of a wildfire. If the conditions of approval adequately address the road maintenance issue and issues with approving a school on a private road. Whether or not the commission has concerns on the VMT impacts or mitigation measures. This, I believe, is the first mitigated significant impact of VMT that we've brought before the commission. So just, highlighting that the commission should review what we have. Whether or not the school expansion is compatible with existing and future land uses, and if the commission is comfortable making a similar use finding to allow a monument sign for the project. So we'll start with our general plan consistency. The highlights here are the land use designation, community character, housing, noise, and safety. So in as I mentioned, our open space and recreation zone district, 90% of that parcel needs to be undisturbed. The project is allowed 4.01 acres of disturbance, and disturbance is different than site coverage. Disturbance could be leach fields, playgrounds, recreational fields, etc. So staff finds that the project is consistent because nothing will be approved that goes beyond that 4.01 acres of disturbance. From community character, the site is visible from I-80 in the scenic corridor. However, none of the development is visible, so the project staff believes that the project is consistent. For the housing element, the school will be required to comply with our workforce housing requirements. For general plan, we have some noise limits, both for the students in the school and for the residents. Those are sensitive our sensitive receptors. There was an acoustic analysis that was performed, and it does show that the school children, because there is a noise contour from I-80, that the school is within allowed limits, and that the residents with the addition of the school would also stay in allowed limits. And then we have our general plan safety element, which speaks to wildfire, emergency water flow, vehicle access, and evacuation. And staff finds that the project is consistent. The fire district will review emergency water flow, and then staff has provided conditions of approvals along with a mitigation measure for road maintenance, evacuation plan, and limited access during evacuation orders and warnings that staff feels is consistent with our safety element. So with the incorporation of those conditions of approvals and mitigation measures, staff finds that the project is consistent with the general plan. So next we'll move into development code consistency. And as my presentation is a little long, I am not going to hit every single one of these. The ones that are grayed out, I think, are handled pretty well in the staff report. Obviously, if the commission has questions, we can readdress them. But we'll talk about code compliance, signage, workforce housing, and use and development permit findings. So as I mentioned, there are some open code cases on the property. Staff doesn't typically bring projects for approval that have open code cases, but both of these code cases will be resolved with the review of the project. So the first one is the unpermitted outdoor storage and work area. The modulars are stored on the site waiting to be approved and moved into position. However, because this is a rural residential zone district, there is no storage of modulars allowed on site. What we did, and this was back in February, we agreed with the applicant that they could leave the modulars while they were going through the permit review process, and then at the end of the process, if approved, they would install them. If not approved, they would move them. The phasing is a new request, so if the units are phased, we will need them to move the modulars from the site until they're ready to be used. And then, just as a caveat, wherever they move them, it has to be an approved storage area if it's in the town boundaries. The second one is the unpermitted operation of a child care facility. Over the summer, the Little Gems of the Sierra moved into the site, and that's actually a different use. It's not a school's use, it's a child daycare center use. We spoke with the applicant in September, and we came to an enforcement agreement that allows the preschool to remain through February so they can find a new spot, and that the school that's being requested right now would not be able to start on campus until the preschool is moved, and then that if they did not follow the enforcement agreement, the use permits could be revoked. But as I said, with approval of the school or with review, the preschool will move off site, and that should take care of itself. The applicant would like to have a sign at the entrance of their parcel. Signage is generally not allowed in rural residential land or zoning districts. However, they are allowed for group daycares. So staff thought that we could ask the commission if they'd be comfortable making a similar use finding and allowing one sign that met those group daycare requirements. Staff supports this because it, in essence, is a wayfinding sign. When you enter the school property, Union Mills Road continues on to a residential property, so having a sign there would allow people to know that it was, that the school was up the driveway to the left, and thinks that should not be an issue. Workforce housing. The development code does not provide us generation rates for schools, but does direct staff to compare, to make like a comparable use finding. Staff use a ratio of full-time equivalents at Glenshire Elementary School for similar use. So basically X amount of students, X amount of FTE, and then ratio that out for 240. So that comes out to 0.58 workforce housing units. The applicant has identified that they would prefer to pay the in lieu fee rather than build a housing unit to satisfy that requirement. And last, we've got our use and development permit findings. So we have a use permit finding that asks if there's adequate provisions for public and emergency vehicle access, fire protection, sanitation, water, and public utilities and services. And then it goes on to define what adequate provisions are. And that is that the infrastructure is installed at the time of development and operation prior to occupancy of the buildings and the land. And that all fees are paid prior to occupancy of the land and the buildings. So adequate provisions would include their water and septic permits and any associated improvements that are required for those, driveway widening, road maintenance agreement, having parking at solid waste facilities, and paying the fees. There is also a finding that asks if the subject site is served by streets adequate in width and pavement to carry the quantity of traffic generated, and staff feels comfortable saying that finding can be made with condition of approval number 24, which is requiring the driveway to be widened as in that graphic. So staff prepared an initial study and mitigated negative declaration for the project. It was found that there are potential impacts to air quality, bioresources, cultural resources, hazards, hydrology, water quality, noise, transportation. Well, you can see the list. Many of those are kind of fulfilled by mitigated through our standard conditions of approval. The ones that staff would like to highlight tonight are the VMT impacts and the emergency response evacuation plan. So vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. VMT measures the distance that a vehicle travels to the proposed project. Truckee adopted VMT thresholds in 2020 and then revisited those, I believe, in 2022. Those are pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. And a significant impact to VMT is when a project produces a daily VMT that is greater than 85% of the townwide average for the same use. So, to reduce VMT, VMT is reduced for projects that are centrally located, serviced by transit, and easily accessed via non-vehicular methods. So the school is kind of on the outskirts of town and not providing busing at this time. So VMT is, has been brought about as a significant impact. The town traffic consultant, LSC, did a VMT analysis that compared the school with CELS, which is the other charter K-8 school in town, and found a significant impact in that the school would need to reduce VMT by 50% as compared to CELS. Or 50% as compared to their existing VMT. The applicant requested to provide their own VMT analysis with another traffic firm. They wanted to use some additional schools and use the existing data from their existing school, and they also had some higher reductions for their sibling carpooling and bicycling. The town allowed this, and Kimley Horn and the town worked together to find a VMT analysis that was agreed upon in August of 2022, and that showed that the school needed to reduce their VMT by 23.2%. So how are we going to reduce VMT by 23.2%? Staff worked on a mitigation measure kind of menu that would give the school some flexibility to have a reduction in VMT and maybe change that over time. So what I believe that the school used to start is a reduction of on-campus days from the TTUSD school calendar. So, could be Fridays off, could be an extra week of spring break or extra time off, but that vehicles would not travel to campus 23.2% as compared to TTUSD. There is also a possibility that if the school gets a busing or van pool program, they could see a reduction in VMT. This option would most likely need some additional traffic analysis to make sure that they're really, sticking to the mitigation and getting to that 23.2%, but that could definitely occur. And then finally, the ultimate flexibility is if in the future we have town programs or measures that become available that help them reduce. So maybe it's paying into a fund, maybe it's creating, other mitigation around town, that they could opt into that at that time and, maybe have the full TTUSD schedule. So there's definitely some flexibility here, but it gets us to a legally defensible and implementable mitigation for a significant VMT impact. As far as hazards and wildfire, CEQA really is asking the question on whether the project would affect the surrounding residents or, have an effect on emergency evacuation. So the answer here is yes. It's a dead-end private road. There isn't busing. So if 240 students were on the site and parents had to come and pick up and then leave the site, that definitely would be a little different than what's currently existing at the 44 student capacity. Also, it's noted the evacuation order that emergency personnel would most likely not let people into a site during an evacuation order. So we were looking for some mitigation. And the applicant requested some deferred mitigation, which is allowed under CEQA as long as there's certain benchmarks to be met. The applicant was hoping to have some time to create an emergency evacuation plan while we were going through this process. So the mitigation measure we have here is that the applicant will work with an emergency professional to come up with an emergency response plan that kind of details all the offsite evacuation methods for the entire campus. Also, in order to not affect or to be able to say that it wouldn't impair the surrounding residents, only 50 vehicles must be used, because that is about where we're at with the baseline with the 44 student capacity. So there's mitigation measures, could be on-site shuttles, there could be a bus on site. We're very much allowing them to have some flexibility in this plan, but we have those certain benchmarks listed. So staff acknowledges that there's many conditions and mitigation measures, and it's going to take some work on everybody's behalf to deal with the challenges of having the school in its current location. But staff can recommend, with all those conditions of approvals and mitigation measures, that the commission adopts Resolution 2022-16 and takes the following actions to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, to approve the development permit, and to approve the use permit. Of course, there are always alternatives that the Planning Commission can take, and those include continuing the public hearing, asking for more information from both staff and or the applicant. You could add, delete, or modify any of the conditions of approval. You could deny the project on being unable to make the findings, or you could require additional environmental review. I've lost track of how many public comments letters that we've received, but there's been a lot of community support, as I'm sure you see here, from current, existing, prospective school families and community members. There's been some concerns from the neighbors and community members on those evacuation, road maintenance, and safety issues. And if approved tonight, any action is taken tonight, that could be appealed by Friday, January 27th at 5 p.m.
Great, thank you, Chantal. So then we're going to move on to our opportunity for applicant presentation. Quickly, first, I wanted to, would this be an appropriate time for people to talk about disclosures, or would that be done later?
I think any time would be fine.
You can do your disclosures if you have some.
Okay. I do need to disclose that a member of the board did donate $200 to my town council campaign. I do need to disclose that I am actually an employee of the TTUSD School District and that I visited the site yesterday. Does anybody else have anything else to add?
Yes, I had a phone conversation with Brian Hess, one of the parents of the applicant team, or of students.
I've spoken to parents as well.
Okay, yeah.
I've also spoken to a few parents myself.
Saying I've spoken to multiple members of the school.
Multiple members, that's what you said? Okay.
Multiple members, yep.
Great. Thank you. Now that we have that out there, then we are going to move on to the applicant presentation. Great. And don't forget to introduce yourself.
Okay. Is the mic already on? Yep. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Martin Wood, Principal with SCO Planning and Engineering, and appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. We have a lot of people that put together the application and can answer some questions tonight, but we do have kind of a short presentation. And first, we wanted to kind of give you a feel for what the school is and what the school wants to be and what they're serving in Truckee right now. So I'd like to first introduce Billy Griffin, one of the board members, to talk a little bit about the school, and then we'll get into some of the specifics of phasing, roadway access, all those different things. But first, Billy Griffin.
Hi, as Martin said, I'm Billy Griffin. I'm a member of the board of FOTTW, the applicant tonight, and wanted to let you know we also have members of our design team here and members of the school team. If you have any questions that you need to get answered tonight, that they're available for you, as well as anything that I may be able to do. I'm going to silence that. Give me a second here. Okay. Should have done that before I came in. To start with, not sure where I need to aim this. You're going to do it? Okay. Great. No problem. Okay, so first slide, project overview. Won't spend really any time on this. Chantal really covered all of it. Just wanted the commission to understand that we're a school that has been open as much as we can be on the property, limited to 44 students. That we revitalized an existing school and are proposing to go to 240. Next slide. So who are we? Well, I'll start by saying who we're not. We're not developers. We're not a bunch of Bay Area parents who recently moved up and said, we'd like to bring what we have here to this community. We are locals who have been here. We have some new Bay Area people. Absolutely. Everyone's welcome, of course. But the core group is people who have been here 5, 10, 15, 20 years, in some cases their whole lives, who are parents and raising their children here, many of the children here tonight. We are representatives of the community. We are families. We are your constituents. And we are our community. As such, I'd like to acknowledge the volunteer efforts of this community. It's been a long road and it's been very difficult to maintain this through the existence of the school, and it's only been through the hard work and efforts, volunteer efforts and sacrifice of many of the families to continue this effort moving forward to get to where we are tonight. So what are we trying to create? Our mission is to support Waldorf education in Truckee, and to do it with access for all. Our hope is to not just do it for those who can afford to pay for a private education, but to ultimately have a public Waldorf school. Some may be wondering what exactly is Waldorf education. Some people know, to others it's a bit of a mystery. There have been countless books and essays written on this, but to my mind, a Waldorf education focuses on learning all the basics of a grade school education by teaching it through beauty and art of the natural world and human society. So it teaches kids that there's an intrinsic value to beauty, and young kids are taught that the world is beautiful so that when they grow up, they know it inside themselves and that their efforts go to knowing that it always can be. And that makes them better global citizens. Our school began as a preschool in 2016 and was originally operated by a veteran Waldorf operator. We can go to the next slide, please, Chantal. Demand has grown. In 2018, there were 35 kids enrolled, grew to 57. In 1819, then to 68, to 95, all the way up to 119. What you may notice here under the location is that the location has been bouncing around for a long time, and this community's had a very hard time staying in a location. Some of that is due to growth, but a lot of that is due to the difficulty of finding a place to educate your children outside of a public school here in town. It's just very difficult to find places that are zoned or have use for it. So FOTTW was formed in 2016 with the mission of finding a place. And in 2019, late 2019, we purchased this property with this goal of creating a school here and creating a broader Waldorf vision that can bring this vision to fruition in a stable home. There have been location problems that you can see the enrollment went up to 119 and then has dropped. That's largely due to the instability here on our own property, that we have not been able to get greater than 44 students and have had to scramble to find other places that have been difficult to find. Next slide. Who do we serve? We serve our whole community. There's a lot of demand. Creekside, Sells, Forest, and T all have wait lists. The TTUSD and teachers unions are at odds over class sizes. It's clear that there's a lot of demand and that what we can provide would be a benefit to the community. And then next slide, please. Finally, other benefits that we bring to the community beyond just the education. There are roadway improvements, as were mentioned. There's roadway widening, which has already happened. There's enhanced snow removal, additional tax revenue, and of course, we're an additional property owner to share in the maintenance and operation of the neighborhood and the road. There's forestry improvements such as fire suppression. We have a 90,000 gallon water tank out there and a hydrant that presses the fire suppression another quarter mile into the forest. And of course, by owning and maintaining the land, we are responsible for the arbor upkeep and keeping it, the tree maintenance to have a healthy forest. There's also other improvements to the property. This was a blighted building that we rehabbed and enhanced. It was a fire trap. It was beautiful on the outside, but nothing anyone would want to be on the inside. And we brought that up to quite a beautiful estate for those who've been there. I'll close by saying that we bring our entire community together, everyone who's here, the children, the parents, everyone that you see here. And we ask that you approve our permit, but also to allow us to bring our community together finally for the rest of this school year on this site, and allow our community to be united once again and finally. Thank you very much.
Chantal, can you go to the next slide, please? Oh, okay, go ahead, next slide. So I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I think this is important. There'll be probably some discussion about, access. This site, is important. It's kind of unique to Truckee. If you look at the lower left of the slide, That is the interchange, if you will, the on-ramp, off-ramp to Old Greenwood and where Union Mills Road starts. It runs parallel with Interstate 80. And then you can see the Caltrans Agricultural Inspection Station, which is significant, which they pull access off in Union Mills as well. And then you've got the pretty large area there of Piping Rock Equestrian Center, and then you've got where the school site is. Next slide. This is just a blow up of that. I just want to kind of reinforce when we talk about, you know, maintenance agreements and different things with the roadway. We are just one user of a pretty utilized roadway. You can see Caltrans has employee parking lots and access to some of their buildings that come directly off of Union Mills. And you can see just in size, scope of building coverage, grading, out of the three, we're the smallest. But we are part of that community and doing our part as far as, you know, maintenance and snow removal and all those different things. And we want to talk about that in greater detail. Next slide. This is just a slide of the existing site. You can see the existing access. I'm dating myself, but we were involved back in 2001 with the other use permit, and our firm was involved, I think, back in the 94 permit. Originally, when that access and driveway was built up to the original building, that was graded at a 20-foot width. That was the requirement at that time. And they had always planned to pave 20-foot wide. But then I think thereafter they paved the 12-foot wide section, but there was a much wider road that was graded originally as part of the project when they were planning on doing 500 students and those type of things back in the day. Some other site characteristics, I just want to clarify, it was in the staff report, it said site slopes from 10 to 14%. Yes, there are some areas in the open space as part of the 40 acres that go up to 15% slope, but I would say I took some grades on all the roadway all the way in, and I don't think we exceeded 2 or 3% the whole roadway access in. So I just want to reinforce when we talk about access, it's a very flat road. It's not, you know, we know some of the roads in Truckee that are steep, that are much more difficult in the winter. I just want to reinforce this is not one of those in terms of steepness of slope. Next slide. This is what's proposed, and some of which has already been constructed. So what we're required to do is a 24-foot wide access that goes into the site. And there is a section in that, so you'll see that section AA at the top. That's two 12-foot lanes, kind of typical of Truckee. The lower section, that is, you can see where the road kind of splits. There is a portion of right-of-way that we don't have. So we actually, we have, you know, 2 lanes there that split around the area that we don't have control over. So just a little bit of history on the roadway. We were asked in the summer of 22 to prepare improvement plans for the roadway. We did that, drainage report, submitted that to Town of Truckee Engineering. It was reviewed, a permit was issued, I believe in either late August, early September, and they started work on the roadway. And they got the widening done and they got some of the base rock down, but we had, you know, early winter and the asphalt plants and asphalt contractors weren't available to get it paved. But significant progress in the widening and all that stuff was performed and done in 22. And the plan is, as soon as the asphalt plants open up in the spring, that it would be finished and asphalt completed. Next slide. I want to talk about snow removal a little bit. Currently, there is one maintenance agreement that exists on the site that affects kind of the easterly portion of the roadway, and we are part of that agreement. There's a portion to the west that I think is kind of a no man's land that there's not a maintenance agreement on. One thing with the agricultural inspection and Caltrans involved there, they have been plowing basically to their parking lot for a lot of the snow removal operations out there. And there's been some, when we found out about the maintenance agreement requirement in December, when we kind of got wind of some of the conditions of approval, this was kind of a new one to us because it wasn't required in the previous use permit. It wasn't required for piping rock, which was a use permit fairly recently. So we kind of looked at it, you know, is this is this equal treatment? We're being asked to do this new agreement, but we looked into that, and the school has been, diligently kind of going through that to see what's in place right now. They have been participating, or a big participant of paying for the snow removal for other portions of the roadway. And the plan is, with the pavement that is going to be, the widening to be completed in the spring, they were going to look at some of the potholes or something that might be developing out there, and as part of that paving operation, see what they might be able to repair in the spring to the roadway, and be good stewards of the roadway as they're using it, like the other owners as well. So that's something that they've kind of undertook, and I'll talk about that a little bit more, about maybe specifics of phasing and kind of what we'd like to see. And then this picture of this front end loader, I just had to throw that in. That is an additional piece of equipment that will be moved to the site next week. That will be part of that snow removal operation, just to enhance and give the school the ability to do some additional snow removal for the site. So next slide. So like to talk about phasing. Again, want to thank Chantel. I think you kind of laid out very well in your staff report about some of our asks and some of staff's positions. And I just want to kind of go through some of those of what is really in this, the last bullet you see up there, request for the school success. And that's what it is, right? The school is serving an important demographic of our community, and there's some things that they need to try to make this thing work. And so I kind of want to go through some of the conditions here and some of the phasing. So one huge thing that I want to throw out, and I got word of this, I think it was yesterday actually, that we want to reduce our phase 1 ask down from 95 down to 65. So 21 additional students. And the reason is that coincides with some of the state licensing requirements. And what this is, you guys have seen a lot of projects, and there's always a phasing plan or not a phasing plan. This is more of a temporary phasing plan, if you will. What their need, what their ask is they're already serving the community, and they're looking for a little bit of latitude with the existing building that they have out there to get through the school year. We're talking about getting to June 3rd is what we're looking for. So when I talk about phase 1, please keep that in mind, that we're asking for this latitude, but this is a temporary thing. And it's not that you're approving it to 65 in our phase 1 and it's going to stay that way. And their plan is to immediately start going in, if approved tonight, to immediately start going into design and meeting all these expectations for conditions of approval for phase 2. So we'll talk about that, what that means on some of the language and the conditions of approval. So first, I guess what I got to say, I got to bring up a couple conversations. The way the staff report was kind of written, I got firsthand knowledge of this, so I got to talk about it a little bit, right? So when the school basically said, look, hey, we got significant amount of these improvements done and the widening of the roadway done in the fall, and then, weather and can't get an asphalt contractor, we couldn't get it paved. But we need this, we got to use the existing building. And doing a lot of work in Truckee over the years, how that change came to be. We used to have roads that were base rock, and the fire department got burned, in a couple of, not literally, but in a couple of cases there was where access wasn't suitable enough for their fire engines, and they basically kind of went to, look, we want everything paved. That's kind of been the rule that kind of went to that way. So when the school told me this need, that they needed a little bit more capacity of their existing building, an existing operation, I contacted Steve Kessman, the fire marshal. And I did that back in December, and I called him and I said, hey, this is the situation. This is what we're looking for. We're not adding any buildings as part of phase 1. We're trying to utilize the existing building. His question was, well, you're already using that building, right? And I said, yes. And I said, this is what we got done this year. We got some base rock down. It's widened, but the asphalt isn't down. Is there anything we can do from your perspective that, we would meet the needs of the fire department for safety, because I know that's paramount, to allow some better usage of this building. And his response was plowing. We need the existing road plowed really well. We need plowing up to the existing fire hydrant. And if that can be done, it was essentially, I can work with you up into spring, into June to get you to that point. And as soon as the asphalt plant opens, they finish the paving. So that was the conversation. You probably read the excerpt in the staff report that basically kind of alluded to, hey, Steve Kessman went out in December and it wasn't plowed well enough. I think it was a day or a day and a half after one of our storms. And he called me immediately after that and basically said, hey, I went out there, I just kind of did a drop by and it's not plowed nearly wide enough. And 2 cars couldn't get by at this one section. He goes, I almost got stuck. He goes, this isn't a good thing. He goes, we need more widening of that if we're going to go with something like that. And I said, well, let me immediately send an email off to the school. Come to find out, the school said they weren't in session during that time. That was probably part of it. But you can also see the additional equipment that's planned on being on site. Those are all efforts to basically, and I offered to Steve, I did a follow-up conversation this morning because I didn't want to put words in his mouth, but basically said, hey, can we meet on site with you to get an expectation and a confirmation of what's the level of plowing that you need? Again, he wants a fire truck and another vehicle to be able to pass. We have the width, we just don't have the asphalt. So again, generally, he's not thrilled about adding more students to the existing building, but he said if we can get additional plowing, because that could probably work. Again, that's my conversation with him today. And then so basically condition 23, where it talks about existing road allowed for, condition of approval 23, we're looking for the existing road to get us to June 3rd. Based on what I described, that, we can meet public safety, we can do better on the snow removal. I talked about earlier about the road is grade flat, right? It's 2%. And that is a huge ask for the school, but it's what they need to be successful this year and to serve the families that are here. Moving on, condition of approval number 26 on traffic impact fees. Again, based on our phasing, traffic impact fees, are generally when additional buildings are added. We're not asking to add another building on. That's going to be in phase 2 that we're going to be embarking on this, spring and summer to bring that online, where those portables that are being stored on site are installed, and that's phase 2. And they would pay their fees. We would like to pay those fees at that time for condition 26. Additionally, on condition of approval number 24, the road maintenance agreement. Again, that's a new requirement for us. It wasn't put on like piping rock or the other use permits. Again, the school, I think, is good in the fact of they immediately started researching it, and their plan was to start meeting with the property owners along the roadway. They've already reached out to Caltrans. We got an email response from Caltrans, and they want to start putting together that in. But it's one of those agreements that can't be put together overnight. It requires meetings, follow up, those type of things. So we're asking for additional time basically to put that agreement together. The school is basically committed to obviously funding and or plowing and those type of things to get through the school year, and then moving into next year, they would have a maintenance agreement in place for phase 2. So that's our request for that. On condition number 35, on a new thing for Truckee, the town approved emergency response and evacuation plan. And I did talk to Steve Kessman about this as well. The school's already engaged a consultant to write that report. And again, it's one of those things, you want to write a good report, you don't want to just knock one out. But what we wanted to offer is try to get a draft report in the hands of the stakeholders, being the police chief, fire department, town staff, And if we get a draft in hand, that would be effectively enough for phase one, and in the coming months leading up to phase two, any comments, edits, those types of things could be addressed. It could be recorded and have a good plan moving forward. My discussion with Steve Kessman was, hey, we're not really finishing out to June 3rd. We're not really in the as severe fire danger. So our thought was that was a reasonable thing to offer for phase one. And again, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm relaying that I think he thought that was okay. That's reasonable if we get a draft in hand. So that's what we'd like to request for condition of approval number 35. Condition of approval 43 on the workforce housing fee. Generally, I guess what we're requesting on that is if you do want to allow us to go to 65 students, a 21 student increase, we're not adding any teachers. We are taking classrooms that might be having 10 or 12 people in them and increasing the size in the classroom. So the classroom size stays the same, but more importantly, the staff count stays the same. And being that the reason for the workforce housing is to provide housing for workforce, we thought that would be more appropriate and a huge help to the school in terms of amount of money they would have to pay in that in lieu fee to pay that at phase two at certificate of occupancy when they would actually be adding staff and the need for employed housing would be there for their project. So that would be our ask for condition of approval 43. Condition of approval 64, storage of the modular units. Again, our plan, and I think we're in agreement with staff the way it's worded, but the plan is if you allow phase one, phase two is going to embark immediately, and basically this summer would be when phase two, they would move those modular units into place if you approve the project tonight, and then that is the plan, so that would satisfy condition 64. And in case, yeah, so that, I know it's kind of a lengthy list, but I think the way that the staff report, a lot of the conditions had that preface of no more than 44 students. I had to go through why we were satisfying or how we think we are satisfying those various conditions based on our phasing plan. And with that, I'm sure you have some questions, but we've got a lot of people here to hopefully answer questions as you go through the project. But thank you very much, and we're here to answer any questions that we can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wood. I'm going to ask the staff a question here. I think there's a lot of kids that might want to make public comment. Is there any way to just allow the little kids to make public comments so they can get to bed before we do questions and stuff? And that's also up to the folks on the dais if you want to allow anything like that.
It's totally the commission's purview on how you'd like to accept public comment, whether you'd like to do it now or if you'd like to move into questions.
I'm just trying to get the little kids to bed that have been here for a very long time already. That's all I'm trying to do.
If you're asking to break public comment in half, we would not recommend doing that. But if you want to do public comment before moving into commission questions of staff and the applicant, you can certainly do that.
How do you guys feel about that?
I'm
I
supportive.
think that's great. Maybe you want to split public comment in half. Kids first.
I just heard you can't do that.
Oh, you
I
can't
know.
do that, sorry.
Staff isn't a fan of that, but it sounds like a good idea to me too. It's up. They said it's up to
Staff just
us.
said we can do whatever we want. That's what I heard.
Well, I want to go home and go to sleep then.
Mitch, you signed up for this. What do you think, Nikki? Half and half?
What do you mean by half and half? That the kids go and then we have our questions and this and that, and then you open it up to adult public comment?
If there's other adults that want to then address things that we have talked about.
I'm fine with that. I would encourage the movement of people as,
You guys, I don't think you can open and close and open and close. I think you could open and do kids first and then adults. But I'm not sure that you can reopen public comment after you've closed it.
I feel like we've done that.
Have you?
Or I've been to meetings where that option was allowed.
Okay.
The chair did not allow it, but the option had been put out by staff.
It's not something I've ever seen, and it would probably be pretty challenging to make sure that we're allowing ample opportunity for people to continue making comments. That's our concern.
What do you mean by that? It seems like this offers the most opportunity.
If there are any new questions raised, then we need to allow people the additional opportunity to provide comment on those new comments.
Yeah.
Mitch, did you want to say something?
If the kids are reading prepared statements, would that eliminate that concern?
I don't know what public comment to expect this evening. We've got a pretty full room. So again, it's your discretion. I just think it's going to be challenging because we'd have to reopen up comment for any new issues that are potentially raised.
In the general plan meetings, we opened comment before and after some questioning had happened, correct?
That's because we noticed it that way.
I don't know. What do you guys want to do?
I think if someone makes a public comment now and then they miss their opportunity later, it's their loss. So those who want to make comment, go for it. That's what I would
One
say.
per person, basically, you're saying.
Yeah.
You don't get to go a second time. Nikki?
I would support that.
And Mitch?
Under 18 only initially?
I agree with that as well. Under 18 initially, and one per person, you don't get to go a second time if you stay later. Staff, is that all right?
Sure. Again, it's your discretion. We're just offering some advice on proper procedures for comment.
We're evidently not proper tonight. So if I would like to then open up public comment for those who are 18 and under, for the kids who need to get home and get to bed. If you make a comment now, you may not make a comment afterwards. And if there are any kids who would like to make a comment, we would love to see you line up by the podium. When you make your comment, you'll have 3 minutes, and please introduce yourself. Thank you so much.
Okay, is this on? Yeah, okay. Dear Planning Commission, hello and thanks for coming today. My name is Indigo. I'm in the 6th grade. I'm going to talk about the supportive community and the curriculum that helps me learn. For example, this community was so helpful when my parents needed help driving me to school. Parents from my class worked together to develop a carpool system. This is just one example of how we constantly work together to solve problems and support one another. Because of this solution, I get to hang out with friends every morning on my way to and from school, which I really enjoy. Our community is so tight-knit, we have potlucks and festivals throughout the year to give us the opportunity to play games, sing, dance, eat, and connect with each other. I've always been Waldorf educated except for 4 months last year when I attended Forest Charter. I couldn't wait to get back to my old friends and the hands-on activities and learning that occur in our curriculum. These teaching methods make such a big difference in my learning. I am more excited to be in the classroom every day, and it's easier to learn when I get to do it through experiences. It's very important to me that all classes are together because I love doing whole school projects. However, we cannot do that being so spread out. With the community together, we can connect through festivals, potlucks, and Compassionate Campus, and more. Please consider giving us the ability to be together at the Hoskatossen. Thank you.
Thank you, Indigo.
Dear Planning Commission members, thank you all for being here this evening. My name is Mina. I'm in 6th grade. Thank you for listening. Over rough roads and through hardships, our Waldorf community has stuck together to ensure a level of learning that I appreciate every day. I was the last person in my grade to learn how to read. I hated reading. I thought it was the dumbest thing on planet Earth. You're probably thinking, how did you learn how to read? My teachers supported and encouraged me. So by the end of my 3rd grade year, I was reading and spelling above grade level. Our teachers will go above and beyond to ensure students are supported despite differing abilities. They also differentiate to provide challenges to those students who display a strength in certain subjects. A supportive and engaging learning environment allows my classmates and I to be the best versions of ourselves. The curriculum brings our class together. We create, research, draw, write. We put ourselves in the shoes of people throughout history. Our curriculum provides experiences that leave a lasting effect. My family and I want this type of education to continue in Truckee. Compassionate campus, community service, public speaking, and potlucks are all things we can do to benefit the greater community. Planning Commission members, please consider allowing us to build out and grow our school at Union Mills. Thank you.
Thank you, Mila.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Hello, my name is Orland. I'm in 7th grade and I've been in Waldorf education my whole life. Waldorf education provides a rich, rigorous education through an engaging curriculum. My family and I are deeply devoted to this school. I feel like Waldorf education is a gift to me and my community, and I feel very grateful to be privy to it. In our classroom, we connect to our curriculum through art and experience. We divide our academic year into blocks that represent subjects such as Renaissance, medieval times, or business math. We create main lesson books for each of these blocks. Every day, we have the opportunity to compose elements of this learning in our main lesson books, allowing me to better understand moments, culture, and events throughout history. These experiences I'm exposed to in my academic journey allow me to connect more deeply with my learning and our curriculum. I am here today to ask you to please consider extending our permit for it is very important to have our whole community on the same campus so everyone can participate in activities such as compassionate campus, plays, singing, community service learning, and opportunities for leadership in front of smaller children. Thank you for your time and hard work.
Thank you, Orla.
If there are any students who want to come join us for an unrehearsed and impromptu version of There's Work to Be Done, please come stand and join us.
Thank God, I'd never speak ever. Never.
It's still 3 minutes, right?
These hands are strong, this heart is white, this mind is wise. These hands are strong, this heart is white, I am on your side. There is work to be done, there is work to be done. With these hands, this heart, this mind, there is work to be done, there is work to be done. I
Thank you. And were there 2 more kids that were lined up to? Okay. So that looks like it for the under 18 contingent, right? And we're going to close public comment for that right now. Okay, so we're going to move on to commission clarifying questions for staff. Should we start at this end, Mitch? Maybe we should take just a 2-second delay here to let the kids move. All right, Mitch, I think we're good enough now.
I actually have some, I think, cleanup type questions. On page 82 of the neg deck, there was a mitigation measure XX-1, and I couldn't find that.
Let me check this hard copy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, do you want to see it? I'm not sure what the best. Do you have a question about it?
I couldn't find it, so I don't know what it is.
So, let's see. It's XX1, implement mitigation measure 1X1. So it, I think, is referring back to the hazards and hazardous materials mitigation.
It's referring back to XX.
Yeah, here. I don't know if this is appropriate.
Oh, okay. Got it. On the resolution exhibit B, number 13, what's a construction mitigation monitoring fee?
That's a fee that's put in place when projects are subject to a CEQA document. And it gives us some funding to go out and ensure that all the mitigation measures that are required are adhered to.
Okay, thank you. On number 14, it says construction hours are Sunday 9 to 6, and it says no work on Sunday in the same paragraph. It also, number 37, says Sunday 9 to 6. And it mentions...
Do you mind saying, let me catch up with you. We're at
So number 14. Construction hours Sunday 9 to 6, and then it says no work on Sundays and holidays.
No work on Sundays is correct. I'm not sure, I don't have the MND in front of me, but we don't allow construction of non-residential projects on
'cause
weekends.
it says the same thing in 37. Number 37 also says 9 and 6 on Sunday.
Yeah, so this is actually, our development code does say Sunday. Remember?
Mitch, I'm sorry. The numbers you're giving are from the MND or from the conditions of
Resolution
approval?
of Exhibit B. The conditions of approval.
I think there may, let me go through that, but we do have different time periods for non-residential and residential, and with this being residentially zoned industrial project, there may have been some...
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
cleanup stuff.
so let me...
It mentions extended time limits. I didn't even know what that was. Is that...
Would you give me the conditions of the ones that you're specifically...
Number 14 and...
And
number
37? Okay.
Number 37, sub-sentence number 1, talks about extended times. Okay. Number 16 talks about locating drainage from adjacent properties. Is that correct? How do you do that?
Yeah, good question. So that would be to kind of identify the overall drainage patterns for the area, not only just specific to the site, but say there's a drainage path that crosses from I-80 through an adjacent parcel onto this site, through the site, and then leaves the site. It's kind of identifying those kind of overall drainage patterns, not necessarily just looking specifically at the site. to better understand.
It's kind of vague, so it's asking, what I immediately thought is I got to track everybody else's drainage. Is it, you're specifically asking for drainage that's coming onto this particular property. It doesn't actually say that.
It says that which may affect this property.
Okay. Looked like number 18 and 19 were redundant. And if I remember, one said if, and then one says it does. I got to look at it. Hold on. There's a lot of conditions here, folks.
Yeah, slightly redundant there. The WDID number would be issued by the, redundant, too redundant.
Right?
Yeah,
So
correct.
18 really doesn't need to be there. Number 21 asks for yearly BMP inspections, I believe. Is that common to ask somebody to do that on a yearly basis?
Yeah, so the town stormwater permit requires any commercial use to provide annual reporting that they're maintaining their stormwater infiltration facilities.
When did that start?
It was either 2013 or 2018.
So they have to hire a professional to come in and...
No, not necessarily. So it's the original stormwater report, which actually the project applicant team has prepared some of them, would identify the different stormwater treatment devices on the property. And then as part of that, there's a pretty standardized kind of reporting form that really any property manager could go out there and perform a self-evaluation that then's provided to the town.
So it's not that cumbersome is what you're saying?
No.
It still sounds like getting drainage from the neighboring. It sounds cumbersome to me. Okay, so I've got something that's a little odd, but in number 34, it talks about coming across human remains while you're excavating. And it says that if they're Native American, they have to go through a whole process. But if it's a crime scene, nothing. So I'm like, why would you bring up Native American but not a crime scene? I'm kind of confused on that.
Should we let Nick answer?
So the gentleman that's up on the screen there, Nick Papani, he is here representing the environmental consultant that prepared this document. Hi, Nick. I can certainly defer that to Nick. He's the expert, or I could take a crack at it, but Nick's here. Might as well direct that question to him. Nick, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. Good evening, members of the commission. Nick Papani, Vice President with Randy Planning and Management. In response to your question there, essentially that becomes a crime scene, then goes under the jurisdiction of the sheriff's office. And so it would go through a different pathway.
Shouldn't it say that?
It does. It could be added. The actual section of the government code does spell that out a little further. It just, that language there doesn't copy and paste all the language from that section of the government code, but it could be added, but it is there.
I just found it odd that there was a full-on paragraph on what to do if it's Native American, but nothing for a crime scene, so.
I think, though, it says you're going to contact the coroner, and I think the coroner would then make the next call as to what happens.
Okay. This question got answered. Number 57 repeats number 37 verbatim.
So I think that you will see we have to put all the mitigation measures in. I'm not sure if I'm not at 57 yet, but we also have standard conditions of approval, and so they may repeat. We're doing the town recommendation and then mitigation measures, so the CEQA document can be adopted. So, and we have a lot of standard conditions of approval, which I think you're getting to see, that are redundant or say the same thing, but we have them in there to make sure that they.
Yeah, it's just a list of.
So let's see, 37.
37 is the noise mitigation.
It's the same list twice.
So number 37 is the noise mitigation that came out of the CEQA document, and number 57 is the development code requirement. So they're very similar in
They're
requirements.
verbatim.
Yeah.
I put them next to
Yeah.
each other on two different screens. So
But
I just found it odd.
We need to have them both because
Okay.
one is us and one is the CEQA document.
The last typo, I'm assuming, on number 60 and number 61. Number 60 quotes NCEHD, which is Nevada County Environmental Health Department. Number 61 and number 62 says NCEDH.
That is fun. So even Nevada County Environmental Health Department has gone back and forth. So sometimes there's artifacts they've
changed their
they've gone
department, so
yeah. So some of their older documents have that one, and
Have
sometimes
a
it's
DH and some have HD.
yes. Yep.
Slightly confusing. I mean, I figured it out, but
Yes.
Yeah, they've just changed their name in the past 10 years and the
Yeah,
acronym
the
that
Department
gets
of Real Estate
associated
did the
with
same
it.
thing. So they were the Bureau of Real Estate, Department of Real Estate. That was it. Just kind of clean up stuff. So thanks. I'm done.
Nikki?
Yeah. Thank you. So if we as a commission were in agreement, or we had a majority that believed that or wanted to support the increase of 21 students as that they're asking, what would that look like?
So I don't think that I don't think that the commission has the ability to change development code standards. So I'm not sure. I mean, they could change the request to 65 students, but I don't think we can change parking requirements or, like I have an email from Steve Kessman saying no increase in capacity without widening. I think that, the commitments in the development code and in the mitigation measures in the CEQA document have to remain. So I don't know that, I don't like to say that it seems like the second project I'm saying you don't have any purview.
Right,
But there isn't a planned development. There's not a request to change development code standards. So I don't think we can do that in using a use permit. There might be some things that we can change.
We can't
But
have like the applicant sign a waiver or say, we agree to there's, not hold liable to June 3rd. It's such a small amount of time.
Right. No, I mean, it's my understanding that to make the findings and to be consistent with the development code and the email I have from Steve Kessman says that they do not support any increase in capacity.
And when was that?
That was January 13th, and I believe Steve spoke with Scott after speaking with Martin today. And maybe
So we're
Scott
getting
could-
mixed messages.
I don't think we're confused on our end. We had a pretty clear conversation with what Steve conveyed. So I think maybe they understood differently than we do, but Steve put it in writing and we're very clear on what fire is requiring.
And do you
want me to?
Yeah, can you show us or show the public?
I can read it.
Yeah, okay,
it's on
great.
my phone, but let's see. The intent was that they could operate this winter at the current student load of 44 without having the access roads paved. The caveat was that they would need to perform snow removal on the existing road. I do not recall agreeing to increasing the occupancy load with the current ingress and egress infrastructure. This would be a change that would require improvements to the road as outlined in the conditions of approval. Adding occupants to a building that has substandard ingress and egress without a mitigation plan is not in line with the fire code.
And how does that compare with what's going on in Piping Rock? Like in terms of, usage and vehicle trips, and it seems like that's a pretty heavily used site. And so I'm just wanting to compare.
I mean, Piping Rock was approved in the early 2000s, and in 2016 there was an approval process to essentially legalize structures and uses that had been built without permits. Okay. So that usage goes back over 20 years, and I would certainly say that the community's attention or the fire district's attention on wildfire in particular has significantly changed in that time. But over time, they've always been required to comply with the road maintenance agreement. That was a condition of the 2016 permit. What you heard earlier this evening wasn't correct. That has actually been applied to that project. So there there's not a differing standard from our perspective in place for piping rock, but certainly that the emphasis on substandard infrastructure has significantly changed in the past 20 years.
Piping rock is,
You have, you have to wait till public comment.
No,
ma'am,
ma'am, you can't be speaking out of turn.
I was just going to mention that Union Mills is 20 feet wide at Piping Rock. All the way, it's 20 feet wide till you hit the
80.
Yes, till you hit to Overland Pass, but also till you hit the parcel, the school parcel. That's when it goes to 12 feet. So,
So there's, okay.
so it's closer to standards, I guess I would say.
Can you pull up the map of that? Like how much of that road are we talking about then? Or are you just including the whole driveway all the way up?
For this permit, it's entering into the property and then the driveway to the school. The road then accesses one residential unit, so they can have a private driveway standard. It's not 240 capacity school. So, and it is paved. That resident had to pave it to 12 feet to meet private driveway standards for that home.
Pretty sure.
You can go, I'm thinking.
So, Scott, I think you were here during that one planning commission meeting when we were talking about a commercial plow business in Tahoe Donner, and they were using an unpaved parking lot, and were required to pave it, but you were going to somehow work with them and phase it in or something. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. They're not actually phasing it in. They're required to provide all of their equipment parking and material storage on a parking surface. They had a period of time where they were allowed to operate until that occurred to come in compliance with our stormwater permit.
And how long a period of time was that? Was it like a year?
It was, I think, a few months. I don't recall when it was approved. Plans were required by the end of the year to be submitted to the town for a grading permit, and then improvements were required to be constructed before October 15th of the following year.
So it sounds like they had at least 10 months after the plans were approved, and then by October.
Yes, to improve an existing use on the site, to bring it into compliance with a stormwater permit that wasn't in effect at the prior time of it being approved.
Okay, am I wrong in thinking that's an example of where we've allowed somebody 10 months to do that?
That is an example of it.
Okay. Now, we're talking about complying with the workforce housing requirement. And again, you guys will have to help me remember here, but Tahoe Truckee Lumber moved from one location to another location and they got larger, but they were exempted from the workforce housing requirement. Can you explain to me why they were exempted?
That was part of the incentives built into the Georgia Ranch specific plan to incentivize businesses to relocate from downtown Truckee, industrial businesses to relocate from downtown Truckee to Georgia.
And how many?
Go ahead.
Do you know how many housing units that would have been, or did we not get that far in the calculation?
It's probably in the plan. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't know either. But there was an instance where we allowed somebody to not comply with that for other reasons.
Well, the specific plan allows you not to comply. So they did comply by not complying, if that makes sense. It's not that we didn't make a call or change a development standard or change a rule. It was that the specific plan adopted by the council allows for that.
The specific plan for
Georgia Ranch.
Okay.
It's the 181,000 square foot trigger or something.
It's all kind of related, but I think what Chantal was trying to say is that the specific plan created a unique regulation that allowed a different application of the workforce housing ordinance. We don't have that in place for this type of a project. It's a little bit of apples to oranges, unfortunately.
Okay, I gotta switch media over here. Give me a second. Okay, so I just want to clarify this. Chantal, you and I already talked about this, but condition of approval 1 for the phasing, it talks about, I'm just read it, diligent pursuit of the first phase must occur within 2 years, with diligent pursuit of the following phase within 2 years of the date of the first phase is exercised. Can you tell me what exercised means? Does that mean it's complete or as soon as it is started?
It's when it is started. So most of our permits, our land use permits here that we, these entitlements expire after 2 years. It could be depending on what the project is. So it could be installation of a foundation within 2 years that keeps your permit alive. It could be the first step in doing the parking lots. But, as soon as they start to increase beyond the 44 students and use our conditions of approval to do so, that would be the date that the first phase was exercised, and then they would have 2 years from there to start on the second phase, and then 2 years from there to start on the third phase.
So you don't get 2 years to finish that first one. You get 2 years to
submit your, to begin the phase.
Yeah, to begin that first phase, but within that 2 years, you have to start the next phase as well.
Correct.
So theoretically, this would all have to be done, it sounds like in under 2 years.
6 years. So it's,
But you don't get the full 2 years. It has to be done in under 2 years.
Well, no. So let's say you approve the project tonight and we got through the appeal date. So then I think it's is it January 30th, the Monday? That would be the approval date. So then they would have till January 30th, 2025 to begin the movement to, if we agree on 95 students, whatever phase 1 is. And then once they began that movement, they could have another 2 years to start the next phase. And then once they start that, there's another 2 years. So basically it keeps it in line with a standard kind of permit of 6 years, a permit time period where you can have your time extension. So this would be in about 6 years. And it doesn't mean that they could never, let's say they did phase 1 and phase 2 and didn't want to do phase 3, they could come back and apply for phase 3 10 years later if they'd like, but it would be a start of a new process.
Okay. So on page 3 of the staff report, it says the determination that the site development was not allowed to disturb an area greater than 10% of the project area as dictated by the open space and recreation designation of the general plan, and that the Planning Commission did not consider playgrounds and recreation fields as open space. So you and I talked about this a little bit. Did we get any clarification? I believe that currently, and I could be wrong, golf courses are considered open space, but we're not allowing playgrounds to be open space?
As we discussed earlier, the determination on whether or not golf courses are considered open space seems to be up in the air with town council. I think the idea is that in order for us to say it's okay to operate a 240-person school in an open space land use designation, that the site disturbance needs to be limited to 10%. I mean, they haven't proposed a playground. It said in their letter of justification they weren't having one. They haven't proposed anything like that, so we don't really have that on the table to be requested. It's not part of the project. Certainly, the Planning Commission could decide if they had proposed a ball field or proposed a playground. Staff could have come with support or not support, and the Commission could make a decision. But none of those things are being proposed at this time.
Okay, but can you tell me under our current general plan, not the new one that's coming up that they're debating, under our current general plan, are golf courses open space or not?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we're not permitting a golf course, and we're not permitting the playground or a ball field. So I think the best bet would be if it was proposed, we could decide if it made sense.
Okay, and then it says planning commission made that decision, and I'm asking, can a planning commission change the decision about 10% of the project area or just about playgrounds?
No, the 10% is the general plan consistency rule. You could have a discussion on what constitutes open space if you would like.
Okay, and you as staff are currently saying that there is no way to allow an increase in student population to that 45th student without road improvements, drainage improvements, and the 21 other conditions of approval that are listed here that say
we don't have
increase in school capacity beyond 44 students.
Yeah, so 44 students is the current use permit. So that's what they're operating on, and though it's not up to our standards because it's a use permit, all is well. But the minute we increase or intensify the use on site, it has to meet our development code standards. I mean, there's not, and safety standards and the mitigation measures, there's not really a route around that. So staff did the best that they could with the phasing plan and trying to figure out what we could do and what we couldn't do. But there's, accessible parking, like that's not something you can ignore, as you intensify use, or having parking spaces that are the right dimension and width. There's some things that we have to do. Now, they don't have to build the 240 student parking spaces if we're going to agree to a phasing amount. We can just do the existing building or, the modulars as they come online, but some of these items do need to be met.
Do we know if they have the space right now that is paved in order to meet it's 10 spaces plus an ADA or 10 spaces plus 2 ADAs? What is it?
I'm not sure how many. I think you have to have at least one ADA van. This is going into building department regulations that I'm not 100% familiar with. Their proposal doesn't have 10 spaces in that current parking area. Could there be?
I'll ask the applicant.
They might be, could they reconfigure what they proposed for that upper parking lot and pave it and restripe it and add the accessible sidewalk? They could, potentially. It hasn't been proposed. There's been no proposal or phase site plan or anything, so I'm not sure.
Okay. So, my next question is, the applicant has performed the required VMT by not having their students on campus as much.
No, they will submit to get the VMT reduction. They'll submit a calendar that shows that they're doing that. Right now they're operating under the 44 students and they don't need to reduce VMT.
Okay. And then, if they reduce their VMT, such as a reduction of on-campus school days, does that then make them eligible for a reduction in traffic impact fees?
So I'll kind of reiterate my email from earlier. Okay, yeah. I'll pull that back up because I kind of went into it in a little bit more detail. Give me just a second.
Take your time.
Okay, so it's a good question. So the traffic impact fees are based on trip generation for specific uses on a given site, and it's all based on ITE generation rates that take a large group of different, say in this case, schools, and develop an average trip generation rate. So the way our traffic impact fee program functions is it's based on that. And so utilizing the trip generation rates and a cost per square foot of the development is how you develop the traffic impact fees. We have standardized traffic impact fee tables that you can find on the town website that are based on those ITE rates, which are based on different types of schools, elementary, middle, and high schools. If the applicant wants to propose a alternative trip generation rate based on their school that would be different than what the standard trip generation rate is for schools, we can look at that and modify a traffic impact fee accordingly. What I said in my email was most schools, when you're looking at public schools within the ITE manual, most schools are offering a busing option, and most schools are located based on zones, right? When you apply to TTUSD or another school district, typically you're assigned to a specific school, say an elementary school, located near where.
Not in our district.
Okay, well, I will retract that then. Regardless, there are busing options for schools that the applicant school is not providing. So we feel that the trip generation rates are probably comparable when you take in those VMT reductions to accounting for busing for those public schools. So they're likely comparable. But we're open to looking at documentation if they want to provide alternative trip generation rates.
And does that traffic impact fee? I'm just curious because that is based on usage of Truckee roads, and isn't this mostly a private road directly to the highway?
Good question. So our traffic impact fee program is town-wide. So even if you're a project in Tahoe Donner, technically your traffic impact fees could go towards a project out here at the airport. It's a town-wide program, so it's not specifically going to intersection improvements right in the vicinity of the project.
Okay. I do appreciate that you are willing to negotiate traffic impact fees if they feel that they have a different impact generation. Thank you. So condition of approval 44 requires bicycle parking spaces. It wasn't discussed anywhere. How many parking spaces for the bikes was it?
They're under our older development code, so it is 3 parking spaces that are required.
Is that shown on the plans?
It is.
Okay. So Scott, I'm going to come back to you. Page 74 of the mitigated neg deck says, this project would not preclude future construction of the planned Class 1 bike path along Union Mills Road, could potentially allow for safer bicycle access in the immediate vicinity, allowing for more room between bicycle and vehicle traffic. I thought the Class 1 bike path is separated from the road, and so it doesn't matter how wide the road is, it's just how far you put it from the road.
Sure. So that section of the M&D refers to the 2025 general plan, specifically circulation 2, the graphic 2, which the general plan references the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, which was adopted around the time of the 2025 general plan. It's been subsequently revised in 2015 to be updated. In the revised Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, there is no Class 1 trail along Union Mills Road. There are dirt trails throughout that kind of section that connect over to the existing Class 1 trails through Gray's Crossing, the golf course area there. So there is no requirement for a Class 1 trail along Union Mills Road. So the M&D is actually referring to widening the roadway from 12 to 24 feet. That provides an improvement for bicyclists to share the roadway with vehicles, not on a 12-foot wide roadway, but a 24-foot wide roadway. So it's an improvement over the existing, not necessarily kind of contradicting the definition of a Class 1 trail being separated from the roadway.
Okay, great, thank you. So condition of approval 48 says that the sign does not meet our standards. Can you tell me why, Chantal?
Sure. So the sign that was provided was not to scale. It had an extra exterior. Well, it doesn't meet our standards because schools can't have signs in rural residential. But if we can make that similar use finding, the sign that was provided wasn't to scale, so staff couldn't determine if it met the group daycare center, and it also had an additional exterior light. That can be, if the commission can make that similar use finding, that can be easily updated when they come in for a building permit to install their sign.
And I know that we haven't done any VMT mitigation in anything yet, but if the planning commission were to propose, okay, how about they build that bike path and that's part of their mitigation to connect to the end?
Unfortunately, the state has determined that mitigation for vehicle miles travel has to be directly, like the nexus has to be to vehicle miles traveled. So I don't know that there is a way to numerically show that they're reducing that we can't force people to ride their bikes. We can't. So someday we might have a program that is able to quantify what that reduction would be, but that kind of falls into that third menu item. But we don't have something today that does.
In addition to that, as part of the VMT analysis, they are providing a reduction for bicycling to the campus. So it's not necessarily that they're not receiving any reduction because there isn't a Class 1 trail, and that would provide them with something. They are providing a reduction. It's just currently using a shared roadway.
Okay, thank you. I am done. Do you have any questions, Mr. Freeman?
Sure, I'll ask a couple questions. Shanta, I think in your original presentation you made a comment about the unpaved surface having environmental impact.
I think it was the NPD's permit that the town isn't to be approving driving on an unpaved surface. Was that the comment?
Yes. What was that exact?
And maybe, Scott, do you want to take, it's more of an engineering thing.
So our statewide stormwater permit requires the town to, the state permit requires the town to require any drivable surfaces, parking lots, roads, driveways, to be finished with an all-weather surface. And the point of the stormwater permit is to limit the migration of sediment into our water bodies. So if it's not a paved surface with an all-weather, either asphalt, concrete, pavers, it has the potential to pick up sediment and deposit it elsewhere that could lead to migration of the sediment out of that area.
But that's a condition we could kick down the road till summertime when asphalt plants are open, just like we did with Elements in Tahoe Donner.
It's a great question. I think that what we like to do with a stormwater permit is to get it into compliance as quickly as possible, noting that sometimes things like that occur. In this case, the stormwater permit, I'd say it's secondary to the life safety requirements for widening the roadway. It's kind of just another notch of, hey, in addition to the life safety, both from the fire code, town public improvement engineering standards, emergency operations manager recommendations. In addition to that, also, we shouldn't really be approving drivable surfaces on a non-all-weather surface. So we shouldn't be, if that answers your question. And so that kind of tags onto the life safety aspect.
Okay. VMT, I think Susie brought it up. This is the first time we're seeing that VMT mitigation. Does that VMT mitigation, is that triggered by a certain number of students?
No. So the way the VMT mitigation works is it's based on a reduction per student. So really any number of students, you're required to provide the reduction by 23.2%, because it's based on a per student average, not a cumulative average, if that makes sense.
So the mitigation is the same today at 44 students as it would be with 240 students?
Correct. They would have to reduce the VMT by 23%, regardless of what that would be.
That makes no sense.
I think the same would be the same for 45 students. Anything above the approved 44, any increase would apply.
If they had a formalized carpool plan in place, would that meet or contribute towards the mitigation?
So part of the VMT analysis included carpooling, a pretty significant reduction for carpooling on campus based on what they are currently operating with, which is pretty substantial compared to other schools. So there already is a carpool program. This would kind of be in addition to what they're currently operating at.
We definitely went kind of around with the carpool situation because they're a unique school and they have a lot of siblings and they have, what seems to be a robust carpooling situation going on. The problem for the CEQA mitigation measure is it has to be enforceable and identifiable and it has to be legally defensible. So, without stopping someone and checking every car to make sure people are carpooling, it's not a great mitigation measure. We did add the option for like van pooling or busing, and they could come back, let's say they get buses or vans at some point and they have, neighborhood nodes they pick up at, that could more easily be quantified by a traffic consultant saying you're having one bus with this many people from this area, so you're reducing, VMT this way. But a kind of voluntary school carpooling program wouldn't work for a mitigation measure.
Well, I disagree with that. You can have a bus and nobody can get on it.
Well, like my kids are signing up for the bus and they don't take it half the time.
They don't take it very often at all. We'll talk about this in deliberation, though. That great point.
You just have to remember it's the legally defensible CEQA situation, so not necessarily, thinking of every avenue that we could work it on.
The road maintenance agreement. Have we ever seen that before?
Yeah, there's an existing one for the subdivision boundaries. Kind of this parcel is the easternmost parcel within the Piping Rocks. I guess it's High Country subdivision is what it originally was. So there is an existing maintenance agreement for kind of the mid to eastern section of Union Mills. It's really from the subdivision boundary to Overland Trail that's in question.
Okay. Could they implement their own road maintenance team to meet that? I mean, if it's their own road plowing?
Yeah, there's an option in that condition for if there's unable to work with the adjacent property owners to develop a mutual road maintenance agreement in the short term, they could provide that maintenance, have the sole responsibility on their property for duration of time until they were able to come up with a kind of a more mutual road maintenance agreement. So there is an option for them to move forward. I think the concern from the applicant is that it would take too long to work with their neighbors. We get that. There is an option for them to move forward by themselves in the interim with the expectation or hope that they could work together in the future.
Is that a temporary scenario, Scott?
No, so that would run in perpetuity. Someone has to maintain the roadway. So if they agree to it and they're unable to work with their neighbors to develop a maintenance agreement, it would be recorded against their property that they would be doing maintenance in perpetuity.
Right. Okay.
Can I ask you a quick question just on that road maintenance thing? Is this after the sand, the Caltrans sand thing, after the sand thing to the school, or does that include that?
Actually, the section that you're describing where Caltrans' driveway kind of ties in from their new parking lot when they built the ag station, that section is part of the existing maintenance agreement. It's actually probably about 1,000 feet west of that where the boundary of the subdivision is, from that point over all the way to Overland Trail, where the freeway exit is for this property in Old Greenwood.
So it's part that is not included or is included?
It is not included. So there's only, at least staff has only received documentation of a maintenance agreement for that middle section.
So just so I'm clear, I want to just kind of recap, what is the bare minimum requirements they need to get to the 65 students? So it's the evacuation plan, right? Mm-hmm. Pave the road? Mm-hmm. And a road maintenance plan?
The parking, solid waste service.
But that is stuff that we could say can be done, I mean, just to get them through the school year.
No, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't believe so. I think because, once we leave 44 students, we've left the 94 use permit.
Okay, so parking.
So it was, I could bring back up my slides if you'd like, but it's just the standard once we leave the 44, we're on a new use permit and a new development permit, and they need to come up to the standards you would need for like if they came in and said it's a 65-person school, we'd like permits for it, and we'd say, well, this is what you need to do. So we'd have to get there with the development code standards.
Can you pull that slide? Because I think we're trying to approve 65 students tonight, not 240.
Yeah, well, I unfortunately, I don't think 65 or 95 was what their phasing request was, but it's the same. I mean, other than like the water and septic permits can show 65, but it's the same, the parking has to do with classrooms, the road widening is the evacuation plan. Let me get there for you though.
And Nikki, you wanted to jump in with a question, I believe.
If they had applied for or would a plan development have negated all of this, and they would have been able to prove that this is a public benefit, and they would have been able to demonstrate the benefit to the community, and therefore they could have had minimized requirements with regards to the development code or special considerations?
If they had done a plan development, they could request some changes, some leeway in the development code, and then they would have to provide one of those public benefits that are listed on the project.
Community school.
And they would have to show that so with the plan development, you have to show that you have a superior project because of the development standards. Right. So you'd have to say, I want a smaller driveway because that's better. So it would be tough.
Asking.
But
and why were they presented with the option that this would alleviate all of the issues that we're dealing with tonight?
So they never. So in talks with them, the permit was always just to go straight to 240. So like I said, phasing was submitted December 28th. It started being asked about a couple weeks before the permit. Over the summer, we had email discussions because they wanted to get the school open for September, and staff reminded them before the 45th student, you're going to have to do all those items. We went through a pre-app, I think engineering conditions, workforce housing, all of that was in 2020. So then I think they realized, that's a lot to do before we can get our people in. So they came up with this phasing plan. So there was never a need to phase until recently.
Yeah. But a plan development would alleviate a lot of this, I would think.
Chantal can correct me, but I don't think that you can ask for modifications to the development code that are specifically to life safety, which is what we're talking about with the road widening. We're talking about access and ingress and egress to and from the property in relation to emergency evacuation, fire code, and public improvement engineering standards. So I don't think that you would, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong.
Parking standards can be modified. I know there's quite a few. I don't know, like with regards to the road width, I don't know off the top of my head, but I am aware that many projects we've looked at and approved plan developments, and they have.
Sure. A lot of times plan developments, I think the example we always use for plan development is that if you were to meet the development code, you would maybe disturb more of the site. There's a better way to design the site that waivers the development code standards. So yes, but they would still have to.
Tit for tat. It's usually like we want this. It's not by the town codes or standards, and we are going to give a benefit.
All the plan developments I've brought forth to Planning Commission have been that you can demonstrate that the waiver request makes a better project.
Yes.
So, if our project, was asking you to put in a gazillion parking spaces and that made no sense, they would say, we don't want to disturb this land. We want less. We're asking for that in a plan development. But yeah, there are definite kind of big ticket items that are going to delay that 45th student that would not be able to be granted, I don't believe, through a plan development. Would definitely, the public health and safety issues, the mitigation measures for an MND, you can't get around. And so that's another thing too, I guess, because the project wasn't phased at the beginning, the MND looked at it, as the project. So there isn't, I don't think they want to recirculate or to go back up and open the document, but, too many changes or changes that affect significant impacts would have to be reevaluated. So we have been operating on the project as they proposed it.
Sorry. Were you all done, Mr. Freeman?
Can we pull that slide back up, Chantal?
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. It's on my screen. And there's a second slide too, but you can let me know.
Did you have other questions, or should we move on to applicant?
Good.
Okay. So then we're going to move on to commission clarifying questions for the applicant or the applicant team. So if you guys want to come up to the podium, bring as many people with you as you'd like. And should I start at this end again, Mitch, or do you want me to start at the other end?
I could start.
Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Wood, I had a pile of questions for you.
Okay.
But you gave, I think, the best presentation we've seen that you've ever given up here. And so you answered pretty much all of them.
Thank you.
The only question I had was, what is the time frame for that draft emergency evacuation plan?
Well, what we were offering, because, it's one of those things you gotta put your best foot forward. We thought we could get the draft after the appeal period. We're going to push the consultant to get a real draft plan in the hands of all the stakeholders. And then, we expect a document like this. I know it's somewhat new, but something like that's probably going to take 90 days to get comments from police chief, fire department, CDF, make revisions and make a better document, and then get adopted before phase 2 was implemented. So that was the plan.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's all I had.
Okay.
I'll go last if you want. Do you want to go next, Ms. Riley?
I don't have any specific questions. I guess my question is kind of a generality in terms of what you heard our conversation with staff.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
What are your
Look,
thoughts?
it's one of those things. We can all appreciate that, right? Commissioners, staff, applicants, we try to bring good, worthy projects forward in the best light to meet the needs of constituents in the community, right? So we wanted the road paved, and we weren't able to get it paved. So it really, in my mind, it comes down to that one issue. But what did we offer? When you go back and you really look at it, what are we asking for? We're asking for a building that was already built that has an occupant load of up to 95 people, right? And we're asking to use 65. We're not asking for a new building. I realize if a new business came in before the planning commission and said, I want to open up shop, and tried to cut corners, if you will, or something they couldn't complete, staff's line, planning commission's line is, no, meet all the requirements in their totality. This is a different situation. This is an operating school that's already operating in the confines of a building that already exists with a road that is paved. I know it's not to the width, and it's already at the width that it needs to be. So my opinion, and a lot of the opinion of the school and everybody else, is this is one of these things that you work with the applicant and or you go to a higher level of plowing to meet the spirit of the code to get us through the end of the year. It's one of those things that, and I mean, you brought up, Commissioner Tarnay, a great example of where the code, well, yeah, we don't need to pave that until the end of the season. I mean, and I don't fault staff with those examples. I'm not trying to bring that up to bring fault. I think that's our role, all of our roles, to bring worthy projects forward and make them work. There's got to be some give to make some of these worthy things. Otherwise, if we're just following rules, it makes it really, really difficult to bring worthy projects forward. So I'm off my soapbox, but it's trying to convey how I kind of surmise of this thing. The school's trying to do the right thing, and some of these other things, it's also important fair treatment, right? Or is every project, I hear that a lot, right? Is every project treated the same? One question I ask right now is, why do we even have a condition for a maintenance agreement when a use permit was approved, 2 years ago or something like that, and they didn't have to do it? There's a whole section of Union Mill Road that's not in that maintenance agreement. I say that with the schools, every expectation of being a good neighbor and participating in doing that, but you read the staff report, the conditions are a little harsh. I mean, in my opinion, read a lot of staff reports, and this one comes across a little harder than some of the other ones. So, and I'm trying to make it work. So anyways. I
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I was hoping you could provide some
Yeah.
answers for how to untie our hands.
And the PD thing, I'm a guru in this kind of stuff. When you brought the PD thing, I'm thinking that would be great.
Well,
and just a little bit of background, there was a comment in the
Land
staff report
development.
that talked about, hey, we told the school 2 years ago, build the road. You have the ability to build the road. which is a true statement. I agree with that. But you also got to look at it from the perspective, just a few months ago, we're saying the staff and the consultant, hey, we don't know if we can make a finding that your mitigations you even have a project. So you're asking a school to spend maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars in improvements on a what if. That's tough. So anyway, I'm bringing up a lot of stuff you already know, but I think it's important in bringing worthy projects forward. So.
Did you have more?
I had one more question.
Yeah.
Do you have evidence or can recall plan development where a road width was able to be modified or minimized below the development code standards?
I can't say one in recent history, but what I can say is Union Mills Road, for the majority of it, is 20 feet, and that doesn't meet the standard, and it was approved for other sections. So that was a reduced width, right? The new standard is 24 feet. We do roads at 24 feet. So standards get wider over time, so that's an example. I can just say from doing a lot of projects in Truckees for over a couple decades, it used to be a lot more, and again, it only takes one bad situation when they say, we're not going to allow that anymore. Right. But it was very commonplace before to allow contractors to go vertical on units on roadways that hadn't been paved yet, because the fire department said, hey, if you can pave that adequately, we can get to it, it's okay. But it takes, one bad situation and the rule changes.
Right.
So there's a lot of history there.
I appreciate that. I'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Mr. Claren?
Scott, you were indicating something, I think.
Yeah, so the 20 feet is actually our private road standard, or existing private road standard. So that could be, so we've got a few different things in play right now. The fire code indicates certain width requirements, which is typically 12 feet per lane. Then the town has multiple, depending on the use, so whether it be public or private, whether it's determined to be a roadway or a commercial driveway, which a portion of this could be a commercial driveway from the time it leaves Union Mills Road to the time it gets to the parking location on the property, which that would be 24 feet. So there's some different metrics in there. Bare minimum would be 20 feet for a private roadway, which is what the rest of Union Mills currently is operating at. And that has 2-foot shoulders, kind of base rock shoulders on it. So,
to the erosion comment that was brought up, the NPDES permit and all that, we do have an asphalt section that is the primary use out there, and we have a widened section that's based, but where 2 cars would pass, you would be going on there. So it would be minimally used to that point. Again, we are trying to make a solution that worked for the school to get to June 3rd.
Okay. Mitch, you do not have any questions? Is that what that was?
No, my only question would be, why do you think the fire chief said yes and they think the fire chief said no?
Well,
I'm thoroughly confused on that.
Look,
I could probably answer this.
No, I'd like to take it first if I can. Well, who's the question to? Is it to Scott or me? Okay.
Right now, we're at the applicant.
Look, when the school came to me and said, look, we really need to utilize this building, the additional student count helps fund these improvements and everything else, I called Steve in December. Again, we didn't get the conditions of approval in the original staff report right before the last hearing was supposed to be scheduled.
Okay.
So I called him and I went over. Now, here's the question is, I would have zero reason to call him to request a narrower road if I wasn't requesting a higher pupil count, because we're already approved for that, right? Mm-hmm. I heard that before. It didn't make sense. We're already approved for 44 if we do nothing, right? So the request to the fire department was, hey, we're in a bind here. We've got this building that's approved for up to 95 people. We want to utilize it and through the end of the school year. Can we do that with enhanced and additional plowing? And the answer I got was yes. Now,
you got that verbally though?
I got it verbally. I mean, how else do you get that? I mean, I got it verbally. And then, I'll say,
this is what I understood.
yeah, no, and I'm pretty clear on these things. I didn't get it wrong. But I will say, to our fault, the school, right after that storm, it was plowed narrow. It was plowed, it wasn't enough for 2 vehicles to pass like a day and a half after the storm. And I reached out to the school. They corrected it, made it an issue. Steve called me, Steve Kessman, and said, hey, I went out there and did a field check. This isn't good enough. And I said, okay, I'll reach out to the powers that be and we'll make sure it gets rectified. Coming into this hearing today, I did not want to speak out of turn or say something that I wasn't aware of. I said, this is what we are proposing to do. We'll do better plowing, and can we even meet on site to make sure that we're meeting to the extent? And again, his thing was paramount about the plowing out there. He goes, we can't have a fire truck and stuff not being able to pass. So anyway, that's the way I understand it. And after I read the staff report, I felt it necessary to follow up with them. I got a good rapport and talked to them again. So that's my understanding of it. So.
Billy's got something.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I could, excuse me, if I could just address, I think the crux of the issue here, as I understand it, is that the fire department's concern is around the widening of the road, and I think staff is very clear about that. That their issue, I think, if we pull it back, that fire does not support. There it is. Does not support additional students without widening. The road is widened. The road is 24 feet wide now. It wasn't at the moment of plowing on that incident because we were directed by staff not to plow it, because if we did, then there would be, by engineering, then we would be encouraging driving on an unpaved surface, which would be a problem for the NPDS, and saying, no, don't let cars drive on that. So we didn't plow it. Then when the safety folks, the fire department came in and said, well, this isn't wide enough, please widen it. We said, okay, we'll widen it. And actually within 2 hours of the request, it was widened. And we're happy to do whatever is requested. I think the issue here for fire is widening, and the road is widened. The issue, one of the issues for town that Scott brought up was that, well, but people shouldn't drive on it. But I think we can find a way to cone it off in a way that we don't encourage regular driving on this road, but that if a fire truck ever needed to get down there, or an emergency vehicle, it would have access. And so I think that could be solved, and I think maybe that addresses the issue.
So if I was a judge in a court of law, they have it in writing and you don't.
I'm sorry. We have it in writing that town does not support the additional students without widening, but it's widened. It's there. It's 24 feet wide now. It's just not paved on one section of it. It's all the way down with road base. There's 8 inches deep on road.
I don't believe we have the authority to overstep the fire department, though. Is that correct?
But Mitch, we are going to talk about this in deliberation.
All right.
Does that sound good? I still have some applicant questions, so I don't know who would like to stand there, but I'm going to throw them out there.
I just happen to have some specific knowledge around that one, so I wanted to step up. But
I was happy to hear it. Thank you. I did have one more staff question, and I'm going to throw this out there really quickly. I don't know how I missed this, but this was due to a public comment that came in, but can you, staff, tell us a little bit about private roads, speed limits, and speed limit enforcement?
Yes. So on private roadways, I touched base with the police department today to get clarification on that. And my understanding is that the police department on private roadways is only able to cite for traffic violations that are misdemeanor or felony violations, such as reckless driving would be a misdemeanor violation, or a DUI would be a felony violation. But typical speed limits, not stopping at stop signs, things that aren't misdemeanor or felony violations, they aren't allowed to enforce those on private roadways.
Driving without a tarp.
Sorry.
But could you call excessive speed reckless driving?
That would be, I imagine, up to the police officer to determine, and/or a court.
I don't know. To me, that sounds like reckless, but I don't know. All right. Thank you for that. I'm going to move back to the applicant questions now that I've been waiting to get to. Okay, I talked about this with them briefly earlier. It sounds like what you need is 10 spaces and an ADA space or something like that. Is that existing pavement big enough to stripe, somebody's nodding, to stripe in 10 spaces?
And one ADA exists, yeah. It's 10 total spaces there in that area.
And
existing.
We don't have, I think that Martin could be correct, but without a scaled site plan that we can make sure that we can check.
Now, I will say that I think there's an ADA ramp in the corner. It does not meet current code. It will be upgraded. But again, we're not asking for a new building, and that will be done in short order. But yes, 10 spaces, including one ADA. We checked it today. I had one of my staff look at it.
Okay. This is, I'm a little, one thing that's not covered here, but I swear I read it, that your water, you have a 90,000 gallon water tank on site there. So is that water tank filled directly from the well, or is that a tanker that comes in and fills that?
It's from the well. From the well, yeah. And that was reviewed by Nevada County Environmental Health and the state permitting.
But I think then it said the state permitting only permitted that as drinking water for 44.
You want to speak to that? Yeah.
I will say, Nevada County told me there's actually 2 tanks. There's a tank that's not shown on the site plan. When I talked to them last week, there's a separate fire flow tank and then a separate drinking water tank.
He can speak to this.
So maybe John could explain that better.
Hello. So there is 2 tanks. There's a domestic.
Who are you, real
John
quick?
Valdez.
Okay.
One of the parents at the school and one of the people that have helped kind of bringing it forward over the years. So there is 2 tanks. Chantel's correct, and one is a domestic water supply. It's a much smaller tank. I think it's about 1,000 gallons or 900 gallons. Is that right? How much? 1,500 gallons for the domestic water. And then we have an exterior 90,000 gallon water tank that's for fire use only. And so that has a fire pump connected to it and does supplies to our fire hydrant. So, and that quantity that the health department had approved was based upon what the town has approved us for. So if the town says, hey, you got 240 kids or whatever quantity we get approved, we go back to this the county and request and go through a permit process to get additional kids. Our current system that's in play there can handle much, much more than 44 kids, but they would only write the permit for what was approved for the town at the time.
Okay, and a lot of these numbers were thrown out here. We're talking about 44, but it's not 44 people on site. It's 44 kids and then 5 teachers and a parent volunteer or something.
Right, but they're basing it on the head count of the child.
Okay, and so that 1,500 gallons is in excess of the capacity needed for the 44 students.
Correct, because it's a total system capacity, so the well produces X amount of water that puts it into the tank, it fills it up so fast, and you can utilize X. And it's really based upon the well recovery time and the well capacity more than that 1,500 gallon tank. But overall, our system can handle much, much more. The way it is currently, without doing any modifications, it can handle more than 44 kids, significantly more.
And increasing the pumping from that well, is that going to affect the neighbors and their access to water?
So I have our water operator here, who's the one that handles that, so I'm going to let him answer that.
He was definitely making some head shaking there.
I'm Trent Baldwin. I'm the water operator for the school.
Can you say it one more time, Trent? What?
I'm Trent Baldwin. I'm the water operator for the school. And the question was about well depletion. Well depletion, the cone of depression. So we had a consultant a couple years ago do an assessment, and the groundwater there is really strong. We're right next to Prosser Lake, Prosser Creek, Truckee River. So the cone of depression, when we ran the well at full capacity for a couple days, and the cone of depression only dropped like 3 feet. So there should be no impact on any of the neighbors or any other water sources in the area.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump around with topics here, so it's probably not going to stay with you. If this were to be delayed and have to go under another application, it would have to connect to city water and sewer. Do we know how far away those are? I mean to the nearest connection, not as the crow flies.
So that would be if it was somehow delayed or reinstated after the adoption of the new general plan, just in case not if it was delayed under the current one.
Yes, sorry.
So if you're talking about extending sewer all the way down Union Mills Road, that's a significant distance, because that would have to basically flow sewer to the lift station that's at the old Greenwood site. We analyzed that years ago. So it'd be, extremely expensive and in excess of a half a mile. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So we went through the process back in 2020, doing an evaluation, whether we connect or spend the time and resources to recommission the existing water system. And we found that in terms of cost and the requirements to connect to city water was in excess of $1 million, where recommissioning was much simpler. So there is capacity for water. We also did extensive discussion, and maybe Chantal can clarify a little bit more of this, but there is no domestic sewer in Union Mills at all. And so looking at what it would cost to connect is there's problems with the physics, the gravity flow, multiple pump stations, and getting adequate flow to even do clean out over such long distances. There's just not enough volume in flow through a system to make it work. So the TSD said that they don't want our parcel on their system, and the county has agreed that it needs to stay on septic. So
okay, great. Moving on. So our condition of approval number 24 talks about requiring a road maintenance agreement. Now, there's some sort of road maintenance agreement already in place. Is that true?
What I understand is the easterly portion of Union Mills Road, there's a road maintenance agreement that several parties are party to. The very westerly portion of Union Mills Road, nobody has found or aware of a maintenance agreement for that section. And then currently you've got certain parties out there that are utilizing that roadway, such as Caltrans, that are not, they're participating and they've given indication that they want to continue to participate. We have an email to that effect for, plowing but nothing's in writing on that. So it's kind of a de facto plan right now.
Okay, moving on. And I actually think I heard from Chantal as well for condition of approval 35 and 65. You have started working with the emergency professional for the evacuation plan. Is that correct?
Correct. My understanding from the schools, they have the consultant working on that plan, and our plan was to push him in a way to get a draft in very short order, kind of finalized on that. But it's in the works right now.
Is there anything that you would like to share with us about that plan that would make us feel more comfortable about more students in an emergency situation?
I don't want to speak about, I haven't seen the plan yet. I just know they're developing it. And there's different options for trying to meet the goals and criteria of what we're all trying to achieve, which is less cars on the road and an effective evacuation, but I don't think we've seen the final plan yet, unless you want to speak to it.
Hop on up there.
To answer the question, or I hope it answers the question, that if we were to permit the extra 21 students through June, then we're not in a wildfire situation, and so the issue would be significantly reduced. The other portion of it, I guess, would be to demonstrate which pieces of this are essential and required, and just get them in place even before there's a finalized plan, just because that's the safe thing to do. And if that's having buses on the property that people are capable of extracting students or things like that, even before we have an actual approved plan that might ever involve something like that, we would be willing to do anything that makes common sense evacuations sensible, even when we're not in fire season.
Is that part of the plan, and do you have that capacity?
I don't know. I haven't seen the plan. I'm only bringing up a supposed example of something that might be a common sense thing. Just kind of picking it out of the air. I don't know anything specific about the plan.
Someone behind you is standing up thinking of something.
Yes, John knows.
So I'll address that. One of the components we're looking at, and seems most likely that's going to be part of what we're going to do as far as part of the mitigation, is to have 2 buses on site that would allow us to be able to move large amount of kids in, and they would be there 24/7 during the fire season. So that's one of the things that we're looking at in that plan that we're going to implement. So it's something that we've talked about, and more than just talked about. We have one of the members in our group that's not here tonight that's been working on securing buses and looking at what we can do to get those on site to have them in place for an emergency situation in a fire season. So that is something we are trying to make happen here.
And licensed drivers?
Of course. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Being a licensed bus driver myself. Okay. And, condition of approval 45 requires a solid waste plan. So you've been operating with 44 students. What have you been doing with your solid waste?
Well, they have trash service and they have a dumpster out there, and I know they have a recycling program. And that was to continue, and we were going to develop, obviously, to the letter of the town's code for Phase 2 when we brought in the new buildings. If you look on the site plan, we've got a new trash enclosure and recycling location, and take that to the next level.
Okay, so the solid waste is taken care of. It's just sizing up a little bit, and
And I think staff's comment on the condition, screening is a concern. Yeah.
I will say they did not have solid waste service this summer. It was pickup only or something. So we just want to see just proof of service. So that nothing big. As long as the dumpsters are on pavement and we see the TTSA or TTSA.
We can provide that.
Yeah, that'd be fine for us. So we're not asking for a big ask, just to make sure that we have the service in place.
Great. Thank you for answering all of my questions. I now need to find where we go next. I would like to take a 5-minute break. So it is currently 9:05 on that clock back there. So can we take a 5-minute break, be back by 9:10 sharp, and get this done? Thank you.
9:11.
It is 9:11 now. All right. Are we done on the dais here with questions for the staff and the applicant? Freeman? Clarence? Yes. Okay. We are going to move on to our second public comment. And there's a metric ton of people here. So you don't have to use all of your 3 minutes. You can always just say, I concur with the person in front of me. And help us get out of here before midnight. So if you would like to make a public comment, you will have 3 minutes. Please don't forget to introduce yourself. If you can line up so we can get some sort of estimate of how many folks are going to speak. We always love public comment, but again, it's getting late. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Fielding. We're the owners at Piping Rock Equestrian Center. The first thing I want to say is we really support the school. We love the kids out there. We think it's a great school, and we don't want to see the school go away. Our biggest issue is the size of the school. We would be all for 100 kids, 125 kids. My daughter went there when it was prior to charter school. There was 45 kids there. It seemed like a great size school for the number of kids. But 240 kids in modulars is not, in our mind, what that neighborhood can support. We have a lot of kids at our barn, and in summer, we have summer camps, and we have 100 kids out there. So we have a lot of traffic, but it's not 200. And I can't imagine what it would be like to have, even if they've got 4 kids in a family, what it's going to be like to have that kind of traffic on that road. It's just not, it's 20 feet wide. It's not, it's curvy, it's dangerous. It's already dangerous. There's no speed limit on it. People are going really fast, trying to pick up their kids. And we've got horses, and we have horses that get loose. So it's scary to us, honestly. I mean, we have parents that are driving too fast too, but that road is unregulated, and people do drive very fast on that road. There have been a couple points that I think I wanted to address. One of them is we struggled with the staff and the planning department. We felt they were being very unjust to us, and looking back, and I'm glad that they were tough on us. They were not nearly as tough as the fire chief. The fire chief required us to put a water line in all the way to Union Mill, all the way down Union Mills Road to Old Greenwood. That was $1 million project for a little stable that seemed insurmountable to us. And that was the deal breaker. They were like, if you don't get town water, we're not approving this permit. So the fire chief has what they want. Now we have fire hydrants. We have adequate fire suppression. So if there was a fire on our site, the fire trucks are getting to our barn. Plus we have, I don't know how many fire hydrants do we have, Ed? We have 3 fire hydrants on our site. So we have plenty of fire suppression now. Ed also has a water truck. He's got dozers. We have lots of ways to mitigate the fire danger. So we'd be happy to help the school with any of that stuff. But I guess our big concern is that Union Mill Road, and that it's a private road and it goes through our property. If it was a public road, I wouldn't be standing here. I really want to see the school succeed. But a 20-foot wide road with that many trips on that road every day, and it's not just kids, it's school, it's staffing and everything else. That's really our concern. And if we can figure a way to get around that, I don't know honestly, maybe the road needs to be widened. Who knows what we need to do? Maybe it needs to be straightened out. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So you guys hear that beep when it goes off? I think the timer is now working. Okay. And so try and aim for that beep or less if you can.
Hello, my name is Tom Phelan. My wife and I, we enjoy living in Truckee, enjoying the outdoor lifestyle that we have here. Our home is one of the 4 that's immediately adjacent to the applicant's property. When we heard that the school was purchased and would no longer be sitting idle, we were very excited at the prospect. Okay, however, the expansion cannot come at the cost of the safety of the residents, visitors, and students and staff of the school. the Planning Commission cannot allow a project to move forward when there are serious safety impacts from the proposed phased expansion. Even phase 1 is not sound without meeting the conditions of the staff report. I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to go out to Union Mills Road. We have spent at least a couple of hours today talking about widening a portion of the road from 12 to 24 feet. And we're talking about how we can have the fire department work, and that's fine. But that's not the problem. The problem is when that road exits the applicant's property and reduces down to 20 feet, where it then continues for 1.25 miles out to 80. Okay, that's the problem that I'm concerned about, not the 24 feet. We're talking about the 20 feet of the residential roadway of Union Mills. So we disagree with the finding that our 20-foot wide privately maintained Union Mills Road is adequate for the addition of hundreds of car trips per day. The narrow road is currently used by pedestrians, cyclists, equestrians, cars, and trucks. Union Mills is not the typical residential road in Truckee. It is used as an industrial access all year long. That's the CHP, that's the Ag Station. It is the Caltrans sand barn. The CHP frequently escorts 28-wheelers from Overland Trail back to the inspection station. The Caltrans like right now, is probably packed with snowplows and sand trucks coming in. Adding a significant number of passenger vehicles to such a mix is a recipe for disaster. It's a private road. There are no speed limits, and cars, as it has been said, cars exceed 40 miles an hour. Well, I completely agree. Reckless driving on that road, and there's also an upturned, blind left-hand turn, which is crazy. You can't see the sand trucks coming up. If you're even the middle, you're going to have a huge accident on that road. That's Union Mills by itself. We fully support the Planning Commission's staff recommendations of the conditions that need to be met in order to grant approval of the applicant's permit, one of which is the road maintenance agreement. While the requirement may be new to the permit application, the issues surrounding the road and its maintenance are not new to the residents or the school administration or the planning committee staff. We've been talking about this for more than a year. We do not agree with the applicant's assessment the existing state of Union Mills Road is sufficient to provide safe daily transport to and from school of the existing 44, 65, 95, or 240. I would just like to, I agree, I'm out of time. If I could be permitted one thing, I am a signer of the whatever the road maintenance agreement is because I am a resident there. However, I think it's unreasonable to grant a permit to one commercial property owner that will have unknown financial burden on me and my other joint residents for the maintenance of that road until we straighten it out.
You're 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name's Ed Swenson, the other owner of Piping Rock. My concerns are that with 250 or 40 students, that's like 600 trips a day potentially. That's a lot of people on that road. I don't think it can support it. In terms of the maintenance agreement, we haven't really been concerned about it because Piping Rock has sponsored all the road maintenance from actually Highway 80 to Piping Rock and further on our own. So that's where the road maintenance part of it comes in for us. But it costs us a lot of money, and this amount of vehicles in front of our property every day is going to be a burden on us, and I'm concerned about the safety and regulations of it. So that's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for being very precise.
Good evening, Commission, staff. Your presentation was very good earlier. I really appreciate it. Thank you. My name is Serenity Enriquez. I am a parent of 2 students in the program. I'm also part of the front office administrative staff. I have a strong commitment to making sure that my children have access to the Waldorf pedagogy. Obviously, a lot of other people do. I, like 4 other households, live in Sierra County with a total of 6 students in the program. And we are so passionate about having access to a Waldorf education that we're willing to commit to the extensive commuting. with that in regard, I feel like centering the VMT around a site such as cells may produce skewed results, as our property or as our program offers services to Sierra County, Placer County, Truckee, and Nevada County. So it's not necessarily commensurate with the cells school. So I'm not sure how that affects how you would configure the VMT, but I feel like that does have some impact on it. We do carpool a lot. We work closely together with that. Additionally, I am also an active public safety officer. I'm a firefighter in Sierra County, and I also practice emergency medicine. I'm on site during school hours when we're on campus in Hoscatassen, and I also help conduct fire drills. I'm proactive in safety planning. I help shape some of the evacuation procedures. I do want to note that my fire chief in Sierra County is an alumni of the Waldorf pedagogy, and in fact grew up and graduated from a school that our founder founded many years ago. And he is a really innovative leader. We have a lot of trust and confidence in him. He's got a flexible mind, and we're really grateful that he is the leader that he is, and I personally attribute that to a Waldorf education. So I think that is my offering today. VMT might be skewed. We do have on-site public safety professionals, incidentally, and additionally I'm undergoing my CDL training so that I can drive buses in an evacuation and be part of that plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Enriquez.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Drew. I have called Truckee home for 15 years now. Although I did not grow up here, I have many friends who have, and before moving here, I spent many years visiting with every intention of becoming part of this wonderful community as soon as I could. I have a 3-minute speech prepared. However, it is clear that you guys understand a lot of the things I've said in here. One of the biggest things really is noticing the extreme growth of our small community, and the schools right now, the school system is heavily overloaded with students, and what we are proposing is a really good solution to that. And as planners, I know you're all smart and forward-thinking people, and can see that in time we don't want our education system to be suffering because we have all these people and all these families that are looking for a place for their children. And we'll end up with overworked and stressed out teachers, which will just really negatively impact our children. So I can see that all of you are trying your best to make this happen for our school, and I deeply appreciate that, and I want you to know that there are many families I've spoken to who couldn't be here tonight who are also in support of your approval of this permit and helping us move forward with our school. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dina.
Hi there. My name is Alana Hughes. I am a 27-year long Truckee resident. I co-own Riverside Studios in downtown Truckee. My daughter Indigo spoke earlier today. She has been a part of Waldorf education since the very beginning, when she was in TK. Now she's in 6th grade, and she's thriving. But we together as a family and as a greater community have continued to grow and strengthen our resilience, but need a home. We have many friends who go to other schools, and we encourage and support these schools and the children who go there, like Santa's breakfasts and other, festivities. And in return, they come to our festivals where we ignite the spirit of togetherness, acceptance, and fun. I can't think of a better place to do that than the Union Mills Hoscatassen site. I'm here to plead to you to vote in favor and allow us to use Union Mills site. We could make whatever adjustments that needs doing. We just really need to finally have a home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shirley Phelan, and as my husband mentioned, we are in support of the school, but we understand the passion and motivation of the parents and community supporting the expansion of the school, and we understand the heartache and disappointment when Golden Valley revoked the charter last March, and again when the TTUSD school board denied the petition for a charter school this past November. But the decision to move forward with the permits for the building cannot be based on emotion any more than those decisions were. It must be based on the facts, and it must provide a safe path forward. The Planning Commission cannot, in good conscience, approve any expansion to the existing permit without heeding the staff recommendations fully. They were done with safety in mind. And let's remember, when you talk about exceptions that were made for a tile factory in Tahoe Donner, that is not the same as a school on a dead-end road that wants to expand to more than 200 students. Safety has to be the number one thing you consider. And when the fire marshal has said it's unsafe, he's not just talking about wildfire either. If an emergency vehicle has to get down there tomorrow, it's a difficulty and poses a threat today to 44 students. The more they expand that school without dealing with the road situation, first and foremost, the more danger it poses to not just us, not just Piping Rock, not just the other homeowners in the area, but to the students and the faculty and the people on that campus every day. It's your responsibility to ensure that you heed the staff recommendations to help ensure their safety.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deb Baldwin, and I've lived in Truckee for almost 50 years. My husband and I owned the Passage Restaurant, which was in the Truckee Hotel for 13 years, and just lived here for a long time. Moved here to ski and just, raised two older kids. We have a 30-year-old and a 26-year-old that went through the whole craziness of the school. They both have learning issues. And we were at the property when it was Prosser Creek. I was very, very involved in that. And it's definitely a deja vu because we are now raising our grandson. And he's 7. He's in first grade. And he's doing really, really well. He's my oldest son's son. Hasn't showed any of the learning issues or whatever, and I attribute some of that to his education. But educational options in Truckee are so important. We tried Forest Charter School and Prosser Charter School and the high school and the Glenshire Elementary, and you need options. So I just encourage, to let us continue on. As far as our space and safety, we are parents driving our kids, taking care of our kids. And I think that we have that passion. I think right now we are so focused on getting all of our students, our current students, together because the kids need it really badly. That safety issue we will handle. We will do what we need to do. We've already done a lot, widened the road and done things. We can get a bus. We can carpool. There's all kinds of ways to carpool, to app. We could, line up cars at the end and, drive full cars all the way down. There's options. We, as the parents, take safety as a very important part of the whole process. But we need to be on that property. So please vote for this old gal who's raising a little kid.
Thank you, Deb.
Hi, my name is Kate Panawek. I have lived here in Truckee for the past 10 years. I have 2 children, a 5 and an 8-year-old. When my oldest son was 2.5, I found the first Waldorf preschool here in Truckee. I fell in love with it because of what my child was getting, but also because of what I was getting. This and my family. This education is so much more than just an education for the children. It is about strengthening of community. It is about giving back to community. It is about creating really strong, solution-oriented children to help this world going forward. I started this journey when my son was 2.5, and I knew that I couldn't stop. Since that point, when that preschool closed down, I was part of the moms and parents that came together to start Little Gems Preschool. From that point, I have taken on a role to help direct what is currently Wild River Enrichment Group here that sits before you. I want to speak from the children's standpoint. They need this. They need to be together. My children understand how much we have all put into this, how much I have put into it over the past 6 years. So much so that before bed, they say, "Mom, I am going to be hopeful that the school succeeds." Recently, my 5-year-old son said to me before bed, "Mom, I hope you don't let down this school." I literally don't know what else we can do. I have been a part of both entities trying to find locations here in this beautiful town that we all love. And it is so hard. I am asking for you all to think on solutions, to come together as the community that we are and work together to figure this out. Because we need this school, we need more schools, and we especially need this school. And it has the opportunity to give so much back to our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Hi there. I'm Brian Hess. I moved to Truckee 19 years ago, owned Bespoke in downtown Truckee with my wife for the last 10 years, and have been involved in the school since the very beginning, since my son, who spoke earlier, was 5 years old. I think we're asking for like some sort of emergency opportunity, right? From the town, from the planning commission, 21 kids more, 5 months until we can pave the road, we can do whatever we want. Piping Rock, I totally get it. There's cars, there's too many cars, we need buses. It's also a business opportunity. What if, we already have a bunch of students that go to Piping Rock after school. Boom, they can walk right there and go to horse lessons or do whatever they want, or after school program. Seems like a business opportunity to me. What else did I want to say? I don't know. We just really need this because we've been so separated for so long, and we've got through COVID and through Golden Valley dumping us. It's but we're still here. We're either nuts or we're all on the same drug, or I'm not sure what's going on, but we're really passionate, and that's 21 kids, 5 months until we can get these things done. And John didn't say this, but John has a company, and he's invested tons and everything into. So many of these parents have invested everything into this community. We're all business owners. I feel like 70-80% of us own our own businesses. We're in the community. We're invested in this community, and we're here to make it better. So work with our neighbors and make it better. So thank you for your time.
Hi, I always feel funny speaking with a microphone. Is that all right? My name is Liz Shepard. I am the current president of FOTTW. And I had a whole statement, but I submitted it by email, so hopefully you all had a chance to read it. I think the people in our community, the children that spoke, really sum up a lot of what I wanted to say. We bought this property in 2019 after entering into a partnership with Golden Valley to run a public school. We bought it because when we had 30 children, there was no place to put more than 30 children in the town of Truckee. And we now have over 120 families committed to Waldorf education in Truckee, and there's still nowhere to put them. I spend a lot of time looking for sites that are acceptable for children, and they don't exist. So I could speak from a lot of different angles, but I am an educator at heart, and these children are amazing, just like all the children of Truckee. And what I think FOTTW is here to do in general is to create a community benefit, to give children a place where they can go and they can grow and they can learn and they can be loved and held, and adults can grow and learn. This is a community project. Every dime that we raised is given by a parent in this room or a loved one or someone who believes in this organization. And if we could have 65 kids, it would make a lot of difference to a lot of kids and a lot of families. And I know it's a hurdle, and I know it's an ask. I think it is awesome what the staff has done. I am so grateful for Scott and Chantal and all their work to get us to this point. I'm so thankful for all of you for spending literally your whole evening here talking about this. Thank you. It really means a lot. And if we can find a way to make 65 kids work, we are totally dedicated to safety. We want to see all those conditions met. We just really need a temporary home now for some of our children, if not all of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather River. I can't stand public speaking, but I was really, and I'll make it quick because I'm sure when I got up, you guys were like, oh my gosh, I thought we were done. But what I just want to say is I moved here, I think 19 years ago. And what drew me to living in Truckee is the amazing opportunity that this place is so infused with. I am a community-oriented person. I love our community. That is, if I didn't, I wouldn't be here. I couldn't be here. And I have found a community within this larger community that has a shared value system that reverberates out in our entire community. What I'm here to ask you tonight is to look at how we can work and function as a community right now. I know we've got the town staff who's done an amazing job. That's not in question. And that you amazing volunteers, I don't even know how you have time to read all of this and put it all together. But can we please work collaboratively and like a community and come to an agreement, a reasonable way that we can work together and make this work. So I appreciate it. I didn't really have anything planned. You all are amazing. You all are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Oh, is that it? Oh, one more, moving in.
Not the greatest public speaker either. I'm a chef. I'm good at speaking to to my kitchen staff and servers, but
what's your
the
name?
greatest public speaker. I'm Connor Ball. I have 3 kids. We moved here in 2017. Moved up here for work, but also for education. Wanted something amazing for our kids. Originally, my wife is a Waldorf graduate, a Waldorf school in Seattle, and she had to take the kids home. So we've been standing back with the baby since 5. She finally had to go, but we just wanted to let everybody know, one, how much we appreciate staff and council, all the effort that you guys have made, and it's just amazing to see how you guys work and the amount of thought that goes into this. What I want to say, mostly on behalf of my wife, who's also a board member for FOTTW, is that we have our kids' safety at the utmost concern. So please don't question that, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Great, thank you. Okay, so that looks like the last of the public comments, so we're going to close our second public comment. And then, if you didn't already, make sure you fill out a form and hand it to Kaylee over there for your public comment. We've closed the public comment, so opportunity for staff or applicant to respond to public comment. Staff, would you like to respond to any public comment?
No.
I'll provide one thing. So on the road widening, sticking to that requirement of widening the road, there are a few other options that do meet town standards. They all require them to do something, to construct something, though, an all-weather surface. So the applicant had mentioned that Tiger Pit had closed for asphalt before they were able to pave. There is an option to pull from Reno and to get a contractor from Reno to come up here and pave. If it was a town-maintained roadway, we wouldn't allow it because it's not meeting temperatures for placing the roadway asphalt, but it's doable. They could pave it if they wanted to at this time. They could also pave it with concrete. So Portland cement concrete, if they wanted to form up concrete and pave half the road concrete, half the road asphalt, it's a private roadway, not town maintained. So that would also be an all-weather surface. Heavy duty pavers is another option that they could go down if they wanted something in the interim. They didn't want to go with asphalt. There's two other viable options that meet town standards that they could utilize at this time, that are kind of irregardless of temperatures. If they were able to clear the snow off of those areas, obviously scrape down and prep it appropriately, they could likely do those other two.
Could I ask a question or a follow-up from what Scott just shared? If there was an indication from the applicant that they would do that, and we were supportive of that, what would that time, like how much time does the town grant the applicant to implement that surfacing?
I don't think the expectation would change on when timing of it. It would still be prior to intensifying the use on the site, so prior to that 45th student, along with the other requirements that we've outlined as well. So
we can't grant a temporary allowance in anticipation of surfacing.
Correct. No, because then we're in the situation we are now, where they're proposing to do it in the springtime. That would be doing that, but we'd be allowing an emergency evacuation plan and going against fire district's recommendations to do that. So no, this would be something that they could do immediately if they wanted to. That's not weather dependent.
Okay, and then could you go verify the parking lots, the number of parking spaces, because that seemed to be
they would need to stripe it, which again is, I mean, I'm sure manufacturer recommendations require certain temperatures, but it's privately maintained, so maybe it falls off in the first year and they have to redo it.
Right. But just proving that it exists as
possible.
Needed. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. So they would have to submit something, because it's not what's in the plan right now. So, I mean, they could probably do it quickly, but they'd have to draw up a scalable document that they can review for.
Yeah, they have an existing permit in place to widen the roadway. They would need to amend that. They would amend the permit to modify the materials if they wanted to.
Okay, any other staff comment on public comment? No. Applicant comment on public comment?
Can I add a comment to Scott's comment? So, I love the thinking outside the box and trying to give us opportunities. Could I suggest this talk of different materials and different things? Could we add on to that maybe it's not the entire length, but for turnouts to the acceptability of the Truckee Fire Marshal? So maybe we pick the key locations that are ideal for additional width that we want to see for the next 5 months, and we focus on those. I just hate to do bad construction work and you've got to rip it all out to get it to what it really needs to be at the end. So I'm trying to kind of thread that needle that gives more public improvement to meet the intent of the code, work with you, Scott, and the fire marshal to try to get something that works in the interim. Just throwing that out.
I mean, I think we're dealing with multiple codes here. It's not just an engineering determination on this. We wouldn't be able to make that decision tonight on whether something along those lines. Everything that has been discussed and been outlined to date has been no, not just turnouts, not just turnarounds or interim improvements, but the full widening
or something.
Yep.
I mean, something that's better than just base. And is it lime treatment? Is it? I mean, maybe we craft a condition that basically requires us to work with you and the fire marshal to something that's acceptable in the interim. And we just leave it at that. And if Planning Commission chooses to approve it at that, then, we're wholeheartedly work with you to try to come up with a solution that works for this short duration, that meets the spirit of the code.
I think if we were to pursue something like that, my recommendation would be that we continue, allow us to have those types of conversations with fire and our counterparts in engineering, and come back with a recommendation if it's even feasible, and if so, what it would look like. Those are certainly not conversations we've had with Mr. Kessman at Truckee Fire.
Okay. Mr. Wood, while you're there, is it okay? I want to ask them if they are interested in a continuance, or if they want us to vote yes or no, because occasionally we have done that in the past. Is that acceptable? It's usually what Danielle recommends we do, but.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? I was chatting with Chantal about her
were
availability for a continued meeting.
I just would like to ask the applicant if they're interested in a continuance.
Yes, of course.
Like it. Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
the only reason we discuss that is recognizing that this is a new request that we have not had the opportunity to discuss with other regulatory agencies.
Okay, so would you guys be interested in a continuance? And I want to throw out there that if the other option is for us to vote yes or no on the plan as it has been presented to us by the town staff. Does that make sense? And
I'm sorry. Could you just repeat that for a second, because I'm not sure that I understood what you just said.
We're getting into a lot of conditions of approval that are sort of beyond our scope. And so what we often do at this point is ask you if you would be interested in trying to work with the staff on those sort of things and do a continuance instead of getting a judgment yes or no on the staff presentation as it was written tonight.
Well, considering that what we're asking for is an expansion of the student body to June and no further. The purpose of that is that we would really like to build our campus, and that implies that we have to begin phase 2 almost as immediately as possible to get the build out done as quickly as we can. That's also a consideration for us, and a long-term one. And I think we would, if I know how long these things take, and I fear that a continuance wouldn't necessarily be just a month. It could be more, and that the answer, it would likely be no anyway. And so it's not something that we would be willing to risk our long-term survival for. So I think that would be a respectful no. We would prefer an answer this evening on as you could provide it.
And then if the answer is, and I don't know, we have not done our deliberation, but if the answer from the commission is that you cannot expand beyond the 44 students until that stuff is done, does that put you in a financial situation where the school does not continue?
It could.
Okay, and you are, okay.
Can they leave that decision open until after our deliberations? to continue.
They don't have to decide right now whether or not they want to continue. That can happen at any time.
Okay.
Just asking.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the next part, which is commission deliberation. I think we're now done with responding to public comment, both by the staff and the applicant. And there's a lot of stuff here. I don't know if we want to get as specific as weighing in on those initial 5 questions from the staff. Do we want to just should we just throw out initial impressions right now before we get into specifics? How do you feel about that?
Yeah.
Would you like to start?
I'm a little confused, actually. If we can't supersede the fire department, is that correct?
I mean, I think we can't make decisions for the fire department, so if they say no, then my understanding is that they wouldn't have approval from Truckee Fire to expand capacity. We can't, we don't have the ability to tell the fire district that they're interpreting Title 14 incorrectly or whatever, that's their.
So if we vote to say yes, let's get their 65 kids in there just for this season, and the fire department still says no, we're at no, I think. I'm confused.
I'll correct you if I'm wrong. We're basically going to vote if we can say yes to these conditions of approval. Yes to the school or no based on these conditions.
Yeah, you guys have the ability to add, modify, or delete conditions. You can disagree with staff's assessment. I think that our recommendation is kind of based on, we have the CEQA document with mitigation measures that say you have to do things. So I haven't treaded into approving something against a town environmental document, but I think that you guys can almost do what you, I don't know, I've never been in this situation, so I apologize. I think you guys can discuss and make recommendations, and
let's just deliberate right now.
Okay.
And what would you like to do?
I'm not sure. What Marty had just proposed, it was running in my head, the same kind of concept, to get some kind of approval from the fire department on an evacuation safety issue, and some kind of a yes contingent on them figuring out how to get to the fire department to yes.
Can let me chime in real quick. So, existing proposed condition 23 kind of provides the flexibility for that scenario to play out. It really leaves it up to the town engineer to make the determination on what the improved roadway needs to be. It recommends a minimum to meet our town standards, but then leaves it up to the town engineer to determine if something else is proposed that could still meet the intent of that requirement. That could happen after approval.
Okay, and when you say town engineer, you mean Dan Wilkins, not you.
It would, yes, likely I would be the one reviewing it at the direction of Dan Wilkins, yes.
So I can try to offer a little bit of insight, and it's something that Commissioner Riley does fairly often, and Vice Chair Tarnay, you do as well. You typically go to your findings. And what I've heard you do pretty often is you look very carefully at what those require. And one of them is essentially a finding of public safety. And I think what you have here is one of the agencies in charge of public safety saying that you should not approve anything beyond what is currently there. So I would certainly encourage you to factor that in your decision making. I think that's partly why we recommended a continuance, is that may allow us to have some subsequent conversations with Truckee Fire. But they have come out pretty clearly and carefully after reviewing the project and said that there should not be an increase in students based on that. And so from our perspective, that is something we would want to be very careful about overruling that agency. And in particular, they would potentially not issue a certificate of occupancy for anything beyond 44 students, at least based on, I think, what's in the record at this point. I don't know if that helps you, Commissioner Claren.
Unless we make a condition that they get the fire department's approval as a condition.
Certainly, if we receive subsequent communication from Truckee Fire that is different than what we've got today, that could certainly change the direction of.
So in lieu of a continuance, it would be a condition.
In that we approve this at this number with a condition added that only if an agreement can be made between the applicant and the fire department that this different measure would provide adequate safety.
That works.
Sorry, we're trying to talk over how this affects the M&D that you also want to adopt to make the project go forward. So driveway widening is part of the M&D, that's a condition. The evacuation plan, that's a mitigation measure from the M&D. Truckee Fire would have to sign, that evacuation plan would have to go past draft stage. Truckee Fire would be signing off on that. So I think what we don't want to do is cause the M&D to be recirculated, or I don't think that that's what the school wants to do. So we're trying to tread carefully on, how you tonight adopt the M&D, but then don't follow the mitigation measures or change the mitigation measures. Okay. That's just what we're trying to come up with solutions and
I'm going to, yes, let's hear from everybody on the dais really, your top points. Throw them out there, Nikki.
I want to support this project. I want to help them expedite it. I want them to get to the number of students that they want to have on campus. I think this is a tremendous public benefit. I agree wholeheartedly that the sooner that these kids can be together, the better. I think COVID had a tremendously negative impact on our society, so I'm very sensitive to that. I don't feel the safety issues that I think are being made so prominently. I respect that standards have changed in light of our fires that we've been having, but I also look at the fact that this road has been widened. Plenty of wooded sites throughout our community that have much poorer access. We're in the middle of winter. We had a huge amount of snow. Don't think we have a fire issue. And I've been trying, I think people know since we started this conversation tonight, how do we get to yes? How do we make this a success, a win-win? It would seem, in light of kind of our development code issues, because this isn't a planned development, we don't have a lot of ground to stand on, that kind of the direction Mitch was going with maybe modifications to the condition of approval with regards to the, number 23, upon support from the fire department in negotiation with the applicant, they can expand to the desired 65 until June, at which point the road can be fully paved. And I think I agree, Martin, I think thinking out of the box with the bulb outs could make a lot of sense, could address that in terms of addressing the typical fire district concerns.
Thank you. And Freeman, would you like to share?
Yeah, I agree across the board. Of course, we want to see this project move forward. I guess one question I have is, can we actually approve it for 65 students today, or do they have to have their evac plan in place and be reviewed, and the road widening in the certain spots has to happen, and how long does that actually take?
And I think that's what Mitch was sort of alluding to, is that approval for a slightly higher number with the conditions of these things.
And those conditions then have to be met. But for the applicant here who wants to get 21 more students in their school, we're not talking about tomorrow that you're going to have 21 more students in that school, because they need to have their evac plan, at least a draft, submitted, and whatever road work we're talking about done.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here really quickly because I spend a lot of time driving to schools, and I drove out to the site yesterday.
In a bus?
No, I drove in my car. It was a holiday. I wasn't allowed access. It was locked in its little garage. But that road is wider than the road to Alder Creek Middle School right now. That road is easier to get to than many of the places I do take my school bus right now. So this whole pushing on the safety thing and the sidewalks and the parking, I am having a hard time because our town plowing is not up to that standard. And we're asking more of them than we are of ourselves. I have run my nose into a snowbank today to allow other cars to pass me getting to Alder Creek Middle School, which is not on the edge of town. So I have, let me see, one more thing. Talking a lot about the VMT. This school is closer to downtown than Glenshire Elementary is. Talking about VMT, we have families right now, I think, that have to drive to 2 different schools to get both their kids into the same school. Freeman mentioned earlier there's no requirement for public school attendees to take the bus, and many do not. It would make my job easier if more parents did not drive their kids to school, and I definitely think you should get a bus and a driver, and you would need one or two buses because they hold up to 84 elementary school students. I would like to find a way to yes. And I would like to find a way to yes because I look at this and there's 21 conditions of approval that are required for an increase in student population. There is $130,000 in fees for traffic impact fee, workforce housing, fish and wildlife, not including plan check fees and inspection fees. This is for a nonprofit organization. Our system isn't set up to allow the not wealthy. And how do we allow the not wealthy to develop? The staff doesn't want us to approve this with the extra 21 students, and I think we need to try and craft some conditions of approval to get us there. That whole widening the road as a reason to not do it doesn't resonate with me because it doesn't happen in the rest of Truckee. I do want everyone to be safe. Okay, so where do we go from here? Staff, any ideas?
We whittle down every one of these conditions.
Until next week.
I think you would need to determine what you want to modify within the recommended language, and then we would need to somewhat quickly determine if that results in a change to the MND, because the MND has already been circulated, and if you were to delete something in that MND, we would need to recirculate that through the state clearinghouse. So if it's not an MND and it's just a condition, then I think it's your discretion. It sounds like there's 3, maybe 4 of you willing to potentially modify some of the recommended conditions.
I believe that the road width is part of the MND, and that's the sticking point.
It was part of the project description that the applicants gave us that we used for the MND, so it is it's part of the project. It's not.
It's specifically called out in the MND.
Okay.
That they'll be widening the existing approximately 1,000-foot long, 12-foot wide paved access road to a 24-foot wide roadway with 2-foot wide gravel shoulders.
You just said 20 foot, but I think you meant 24. Is that
24.
correct?
24.
Nick, if you could put your camera on real quick. This is Jenna. Since you're the author of the M&D, do you recall, and I know we have it all here in front of us, but it's lengthy, it's 200 something pages probably. Any implications that you can think of in terms of outside of just a change in project description within that M&D?
Mm-hmm.
If we were to do a 12-foot paved?
And I do have an add-on to that because this is a temporary change in it, not a permanent change.
I know.
And the full project is still the full project.
Right. Yeah, again, Nick Papani with Rainey. So, in looking at CEQA guidelines, we have a section I haven't pulled up here, the recirculation section for a negative declaration in 1507 3.5, talks about what would result in the need to recirculate a negative deck. And among those would be a new avoidable significant effect is identified, and it's not going to be mitigated adequately. But it's not required, and so the widening, as was rightly stated, is not a component of is not a mitigation measure. It's a component of the project. But looking at one of the statements about why recirculation wouldn't be required is if a mitigation measure is replaced with equal or more effective measures. And so I'm kind of looking at it as, if the appropriate experts can say, well, if they're taking that full widening away, is there something that could be equally effective and not place undue burden on the emergency evacuation safety? So I think it's a little hard to say at this point without input from from the experts, namely fire district. But I think if they felt that there could be another equally effective, perhaps, or at least sufficient from a standpoint, of not widening to 24, but doing something else, then I think that could work, and we wouldn't have to recirculate. But I suppose you'd have to build that into one of the conditions that the fire district would have to demonstrate and feel comfortable that some alternative is equally effective.
And does it make a difference if it's a temporary alternative to eventually get to the full project as described?
I suppose, although if you're causing an issue, a safety issue on a temporary basis, it's still a safety issue, and so I think you still have an issue there. But so I think it kind of comes down to whether the district would feel that, or department, that doing an alternative could be equally effective from an evacuation standpoint, that they wouldn't be placing, increasing an impact otherwise by removing that project component.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Was the MND written to relate to the 44 students or the 240 students?
The MND evaluated the entire project, so the request to increase attendance to 240 students.
Yeah, so it would seem like you wouldn't need to redo anything because the intent is to get to that point. We're just creating this temporary allowance with regards to, increasing to 65. But the assessment has been done relative to an eventual capacity of 240 students.
Correct. Yeah, I think what staff is rightly pointing out is that the entire analysis, everything hinges off the project description, the entire environmental analysis. So it did assume that there would be the road, would be widened to 24 feet. So that's why we just have to make sure that if there's going to be a change there, even on a temporary basis, that doesn't affect the adequacy of the CEQA document. And I think it's, it's difficult to make that determination, kind of ad hoc at the hearing here, and without having the benefit of input from the fire experts. Perhaps that could be addressed through a condition, but I think that's what we're trying to be all careful of.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like what we were originally talking about, in that we try and...
It doesn't mention paving the road in the project description. It just says the proposed project would also include widening the existing 12-foot paved entrance road to a 24-foot roadway with a 2-foot wide shoulder on both sides. So that seems to be quite non-descriptive.
Yeah,
I think widening the paved roadway is under the assumption that they're paving the widening of the paved roadway. I mean, the plans that the applicant submitted show widening with pavement of the roadway.
correct. If I could, you could refer to the site plan sheet in the M&D document, figure 3, which shows the roadway cross sections. And so there's a certainly understanding in our analysis that it would be paved.
Can we see phase 1 again, staff's recommendation, please?
Sure, hold on one moment.
And while Chantal's bringing that up, I think another difficulty here is that there's a mitigation measure that says anything beyond 44 students requires this emergency response evacuation plan. And from previous conversations that we've had with folks that would be approving that plan, that requires a 24-foot paved road. So in my mind, anything over 44 students would require something to sort of address this, which is probably going to mean some sort of improvement out there. So whether you're going out to widen the road from 12 feet to 24 feet or just constructing turnouts, you're still going to have to get out there and do some construction.
Was phase 1, the thinking behind phase 1 was to get this up and running now into June, or is that just what the applicant is saying? So in other words, if we're trying to get to yes, we'd have to look at how we could adjust phase 1 to make that happen. Am I correct in my thinking here?
That's what so that is the applicant submitted a phasing plan, and their phase 1 was let us get up to building capacity, whatever that determination is, and then let us do the required improvements in a different phase so they could get up to that capacity. And this was staff's analysis of what we thought phase 1 could be according to the development code in the CEQA document.
So to kind of guarantee we're not here till 2 a.m., I'm thinking if we start on phase 1, discussing amongst the 4 of us to figure out a way to get to yes.
Well, and we've looked at required parking. It sounds like from the applicant that they can stripe those and have that ready, this week. Solid waste facilities, it sounds like they already have the dumpster and they have the service, so that sounds like that's on board. Stormwater treatment we're not going to be able to do anything until spring thaw. Roadway widths and conditions we've talked about. Evacuation and safety planning, so they have one started. We can ask the applicant how long they think it would be until they could at least submit that draft. All mitigation measures on the MND is something else entirely. And payment of fees and infrastructure improvement. So,
well, there's another page to this, right?
No, those are kind of the highlights.
Okay.
Let's see.
One thing to add to the evacuation safety plan. So again, to meet the MND, the mitigation measure in there requires it to be approved prior to them increasing. So I know that they proposed a draft, but the way that the MND was written and the mitigation measure for that one is written is that it needs to be approved by the town prior to that 45th student.
Yep, and I'm just asking them how long they could I'm just wondering how long it would be until they could at least get a draft, and then we can get some idea. I mean,
Well, and then how long will it take the town to approve it?
I don't think it's a town that approves it.
Well, no, Robert Womack, our emergency, he's been involved in every step of the way of this. So our emergency operations would look at it. CAL FIRE needs to review it, and Truckee Fire needs to review it. And we did all have a meeting with their chosen emergency professional and kind of went through, what the process would be. So I know that they are on their way with that, but it would need to be approved in order to satisfy that mitigation measure.
3 entities that need to approve it, 3 months, 2 years?
I'm neither any of those entities, so I don't think I could speak to that. I mean, it depends on, they could review it, they might ask for changes. I don't know what the product is that they'll be looking at.
And this is the first one we've ever done. This is not something that we have experience with. It's hard for us to state how long it would take. I suspect the better the document is when we receive it, the more quickly it'll be approved. But again, this is the first time we're doing this.
And there was not a timeline discussed at the meeting of all of the interested parties?
No, that meeting was requested by their emergency personnel that they have chosen just to discuss what he needed to be looking at and what the parameters of that plan would be.
Okay.
So in front of us is staff requirements for phase 1. Solid waste is pretty much a non-issue, I believe. If solid waste screening in phase 2, the 10 stalls, the 10 parking stalls, I think we're fine with, right? Septic and water, there's another version, NCDEA. That's kind of unbelievable.
Pick your favorite one, Mitch.
That's 3 versions of the same department. That's amazing. But that would be for 65-person capacity, which I think you would put something up in front of us that shows that. That's existing?
Nevada County Environmental Health Department has submitted some conditions of approval that would be required, and I actually did have that up.
But stay light here.
Give me one moment. I've got our routing comments. Okay, I'm going to try to bring these over. So these are back from 2021. The conditions of approval, and this, is Nevada County, not our agency, is they would need to apply for a minor drinking water plan check to amend the current drinking water permit to whatever number you guys agree to tonight. They would obtain, I'm not 100% sure if they would need to obtain the septic modification permit. It does look like they said that the service is approximately 89 students, so as long as Nevada County signs off that 65 works for them, that works for us. Let's see, if the kitchen, I guess they might have to look at the kitchen. I don't really know what's going on with the kitchen because it wasn't permitted through us. That could be a separate item from Nevada County. And I think that would probably be it, but they would be on the timeline of Nevada County to inspect and amend that permit, but it sounds like they feel that they have the water capacity for that.
Okay, and sewer? And septic, I mean?
It's
in the town's staff's recommendation was, I think it said sewer and water.
Well, because the phasing plan requested by the applicant was for 95 people, 65 people, the 65 student capacity, this is the first we've heard of it today.
Right,
so.
but what I'm asking is a current septic.
It says it's 89 right there.
It says? Okay.
And I asked them about the potable water, and they said that was just because that was the number approved. So they felt confident they could get the 65 potable water.
I did speak with Nevada County last week, though, and they would have to do the process, the inspection, the plan, and I think they have to amend it with the state. And maybe you guys know that better since you're the owner of the drinking water system.
Do you want me to speak to that?
No matter what we do, we cannot walk out of here today with approval for 65 because we're going to need some of these inspections, the emergency evacuation plan, some sort of assurance from the fire department that, and the construction done on whatever they agree to, whether that's bump outs or
all of it or none of it. And now septic, they need permission from the state for water. Is that what I'm hearing? The county and the state?
It's the county administers the state drinking water permit because they created their own drinking water system for their site. So I don't know. They'll need to get approvals from Nevada County, who I believe sends it to the state. Is that right, Trent? Close?
Just Nevada County. The state's already approved a higher level.
Oh.
Okay.
They'll need approvals from Nevada County.
Can we go back to the staff recommendations, please?
And this doesn't include, let's see, we've got driveway widening, road maintenance agreement, and then solid waste parking, septic water, and, an emergency plan. I don't think that's on there, but it's a mitigation measure from the MND, so it was kind of a given.
So could we approve
Oh, I
could we approve the project for 44 students with a condition of approval that we create that outlines an allowance of up to an additional 21 upon receipt of X, Y, and Z, the fire department road widening support?
Yeah, that's what I'm working on right now.
They already have the approvals for 44 students, so we could walk out of here with no agreement, nothing, and 44 students. Once the code case, once the preschool moves, they can.
What I'm trying to do is get them to 65, at least from this dais. And then other state and other things you guys got to deal with, that's not us. Right? Yeah. So I'm trying to get us here to get to yes. And then whatever you guys have to do after that, I'm sorry for you. That's going to suck. I know. So,
we can't approve the full 65, but we can possibly work on a condition of approval that we will try and approve the 65 as long as you get those 5 or 6 things. Is that helpful to you, or is a continuance helpful?
If I'm hearing you correctly, the answer is yes. If you're talking about amongst yourself crafting an approval that basically says you can go to 65 and some of these things that you guys are going to limit on the conditions, such as on the road maintenance agreement, that we would work on that but not required to have that today. 'Cause those things it'll take months to put together. So if you're going to reduce some of those conditions and approve it at 65 with a condition or caveat that requires us to go to the fire department and basically come up with a same practical effect for the road requirement, and with Scott, work through that issue. And if for some reason we can't get there, let's say fire department can't get there and Scott can't get there, at least then the rest of it would be approved. Is that what you're talking about doing? I think that is beneficial.
But you wouldn't be able to do the 65 students until you got all of those.
So the list of conditions, I can run through it really. There was like 4 or 5 conditions that I was requesting modification for at the beginning, and those are what we needed to get phase 1 to work. If you want me to run through those super fast.
Please.
Okay. So basically, condition 24, road maintenance agreement, that would be for phase 2, not for phase 1, and we would work on that in the interim. We were asking for condition of approval 26, the traffic impact fees, to be paid during phase 2, because we're not building additional buildings at this time. We were asking for condition 35 for the emergency response evac plan, that we would get a draft in so it can start being disseminated by the stakeholders. And we thought that was enough for phase 1. And then condition of approval 43, the workforce housing fee. Since we're not adding employees, we were wanting to pay that at phase 2 at certificate of occupancy. And condition 64, I think, is already satisfied by the storage of the modular units if we do that in phase 2, which is going to start this year. And that was it. That was my list of modifications that we'd need.
Just quickly to clarify, when we're talking about the road widening, the actual infrastructure improvements, and we're talking about fire district considering bump outs or other equal alternatives to widening the road, I think we're talking about that separately from the required road maintenance agreement. There's an avenue for them to go down that it's only would only take them to put into place, that Martin's team is fully capable of doing in-house, to get that road maintenance agreement in place for the other section of Union Mills while they work on a mutual road maintenance agreement with their neighbors. So,
Right, and that's what I'm thinking. So right now you guys are maintaining the road, is that correct? Snow removal?
Multiple parties, right? Piping Rock is doing a lot of it. Caltrans is doing some of it, and you guys are contributing a lot of money to it. Plus, with the additional equipment that they're bringing in for snow removal, so it's a joint thing.
So you'd have to put that in writing to make a road maintenance document, I believe. Is that correct, Scott?
Yeah, I think that's I think that's their intent, would be to have all of the neighbors come together, get a road maintenance agreement, so everyone's sharing in the cost to provide road maintenance, both temporary or annual road maintenance, so snow removal, sweeping, but also long-term maintenance. How that would be their preferred alternative. They're saying that that'll take a little bit too long, right? So looking for options to implement immediately to get in the school as quickly as possible. An avenue to go down for that would be to record a document that Martin's team can put together that identifies them as the sole maintenance provider for the western segment of Union Mills until they're able to come up with a joint maintenance agreement. Right. That's an option.
That's
Or they
what
would
I was
have,
trying to say.
or they would have
If you're
responsibility.
confirming, if you're suggesting through this year, if it's a matter of time, I think that's something we have to agree to. Just to get through this season, while we're putting together this master agreement that brings all the parties together.
Right.
Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I mean, what I'm saying is that there needs to be a road maintenance agreement in place to maintain that roadway in perpetuity. The goal would be to have everyone partake in that. If they're not able to do that immediately, they can go down the avenue of having them be the maintenance provider for it. That would run not for a period of time, because the land use approval isn't running for a period of time. It would need to run until a subsequent maintenance agreement was put in place that named other people or other property owners responsible as well.
I was thinking it was just something that runs through this year and that's it.
And that's I'm not sure if that's a commitment they are able to make.
Through this year, yes. I think it would be.
In perpetuity.
I think Scott mischaracterizes that it's something that we could very easily do. Yes, I could very easily sign a paper saying I will give all my money away, but that wouldn't be very easy for me to do or to live with. So I would say no. That agreeing to something in perpetuity with the hope that our neighbors don't say, well, now you're on the hook and we're not agreeing to anything, is. I don't know that that's really.
Yeah, because I'm just talking about phase one, so they can't continue on to phase two until they have their.
I'm sorry, can I just interject? The western end of the road is the end of the road that Caltrans currently plows. So why would they have to agree to be responsible for that?
Yes, I think that's kind of our question as to why when there are owners out there that they don't maintain their own road. But
there is nothing in writing saying that Caltrans will continue to maintain that roadway.
Right, I get that. They're just doing it.
They're doing it. It seems to a satisfactory level. There's nothing in writing requiring them to continue to provide maintenance to remove snow that would provide access to and from.
Nor is
the
there
school
anything
property.
that says they could say we're never going to sign anything and that's it. I mean, the neighbors could in effect say, we don't want this school, so we're never going to sign a road maintenance
There's
agreement.
already a road maintenance agreement, and maybe, I don't know if it'll help for me to pull up a map. There is an underlying road maintenance agreement from basically the first part of, I call it the Piping Rock subdivision.
Go ahead and pull up the map.
To there. So here. We're not concerned about that portion. That's a civil issue, and they'll have to, it looks like they're coming together.
Right.
Give me a moment to dig in here. This one has a drawing on it. Okay, so this is the old subdivision map. Obviously, things have changed. Parcel number 4 is the school. Parcel number 3 has now been subdivided to have the those rural residential subdivisions. Parcel number 2 has been divvied up and given to the state under the state's purview, or we don't have the subdivision records. And then parcel number 1 is kind of the last part of Piping Rock. So these parcels, when this was created, have an underlying road maintenance agreement that goes, even when there's subdivisions or what have you, that road maintenance agreement goes with those parcels. So though we don't see what the state of California is doing, if we read the road maintenance agreement and look at the subdivision map, since they own a portion of the land that is now that was part of this, they're under that road maintenance agreement. The problem or the question that we have is from the end here where my arrow is, to Overland Pass, and let me see if I don't know if they have Google Maps on here. Maybe we can just do Chrome. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna see. I don't know if they have it on this computer.
Just do it.
Yeah.
The first map on my slideshow?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been
That's the one I thought you were pulling
day. Oh yeah, this one would work. From current slide. It's not. Yeah, this computer's been a little glitchy, so give me a moment. I think I have to close a few things. Here we go. Let's go this way. Boop, boop. Okay. Well, this isn't perfect, but this will help. So you can kind of see where the overland exit is coming off of I-80 here. So from there through about here, we don't have any, it's a private road. We don't have any information. We don't know who is maintaining it. There's no underlying road maintenance agreement. It could just become blocked and not provide access if no one wants to take care of it.
Did I see the land trust owned a piece of this?
Yes, the land trust owns this piece right here. And then this is a private property owner. And then these two little triangles here is state of California as well. So yes, this is a land trust. I actually contacted them to see if they had any information on a potential road maintenance agreement and trying to hope to find something to help out. And there was no title report when they first were given this land, and they were looking into it, but they had not found
So
anything.
as it sits right now, Scott, you're looking for road maintenance for the section of the road that doesn't have road maintenance.
That's correct.
Which is a land trust property, pretty much.
Yeah, and a private property owner, and then
And then the state.
The state.
So all the way almost to the ag station.
Yeah.
Right to there?
Yeah, where it jogs.
Okay. All right. So you guys follow that?
Yes. Oh, yeah. We've been following it for some time. I
think we're on overtime now, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You guys, your stipend will increase by 1.5.
There you go.
We're earning our $58.
The issue, I think, for staff is that there's no written road maintenance agreement, and their concern is who will care for it. And I think that's a right. That's not an unreasonable concern. In the short term, when we're talking about maintenance of the road, short term, such as snow plowing, we have a written commitment from Caltrans to continue to maintain that road to fire department standards for the rest of this year.
You have that in writing, you said?
Do we have it right here?
Well, I don't know if Marty has it,
I mean, yes, we have a copy of that.
Okay.
Of an email confirming that for at least the rest of this year and potentially further. But they weren't going to commit to it in perpetuity. But they said, we'll take care of this for
this year.
And so if that portion is taken care of and this is satisfactory, the main issue for staff here is, well, what if a sinkhole opens up on this road? Like, who's going to take care of it? Who's going to deal with this thing? And I think we have an answer to that. We've been looking into it. Maybe I could introduce another person of the team, which is Audrin Tawaji, who's one of our land use attorneys or real estate attorney, who's been researching this and could potentially shed some light on it.
Audrin Tawaji, I won't take too much time. I want to thank everyone for the work they've done on this. I think it's just important to note that the California Civil Code under Section 845 imposes on the owners of an easement over private land an obligation to maintain that easement, which already imposes the requirement that the easement be maintained and that it be passable. So when it's said that the road could possibly just cease to be maintained, actually state law obligates the landowners to maintain the easement and also impose an obligation for the costs of that maintenance to be in proportion to their use. So there's actually almost an implicit road maintenance agreement under state law under Section 845. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would add, so one of the other items was that we don't know that there's an easement, so that they show access. So that could be helpful if we know that if we see easement language. I can see the easement language for the road maintenance agreement for that section we're not worried about, but it's kind of unknown, and maybe you have that, but that was one of the asking if you have the right to access.
So I've done extensive title work on this issue recently, and have been able to see the easements through the Donner Land Trust's grant, but the two smaller triangles are harder to find, but apparently they're owned by the state of California. So those shouldn't be an issue. One interesting part on the Donner Land Trust part is that when you read the documents that were associated with Old Greenwood, they seem to imply that that portion was going to be dedicated before Old Greenwood was completed. And I'm not sure if I don't have more information in that regard, but that's an interesting point in this conversation.
Okay, so back to my original point is what I'm suggesting is a temporary road maintenance agreement that they already have with Caltrans for this road for phase 1 only, and phase 2 and beyond needs to have a permanent road maintenance agreement.
I think the question is what happens after that first year if they can't come to an agreement on a road maintenance agreement, but you've already increased the capacity of the school.
You have mentioned numerous times that you can revoke the permits.
Right.
We can start a revocation process. The revocation would be, is that town council?
It comes back to the commission for revocation. So it's not an immediate action.
That's the same story I heard with Hotel Avery. I said the same thing about the parking, and well, if it doesn't work, we'll relook at it. So here I am again in a different project, but the same scenario. If it doesn't work, then we'll relook at it.
Does that, we've gone through all of these things. We've gone through the road maintenance agreement. We've gone through evacuation plan, workforce housing, traffic impact fee.
Let me ask the planning commission, are we okay if it has to come back for a revocation if they can't get a road maintenance agreement?
Yes.
Is it not possible to simply revoke the additional 21?
I think you could do what Prosser Creek
that
did.
Then brings us back to the 44 that we would be stuck with if.
You could potentially do an amendment. I mean, I'm speaking off the cuff, but Prosser Creek Charter School had an approval and then amended it to be lower, but that would be another project that you would submit to the commission.
There's your answer. So yes.
And would that be a minor amendment? Or?
There's just amendment.
There is no minor amendment.
Well my concern.
There is. It was how you received 4 additional students beyond the 40. So there are,
that
but they're very.
Not minor to us, I'll say.
What we're able to approve at the staff level is indeed very minor. Anything beyond that comes back before the original decision-making body.
All right. My concern is that we may be up against some issues with the general plan, the 2040 general plan, which then perhaps Chantal could explain this more eloquently than I, but it essentially brings the development code and the general plan into consistency, and it's the effect on our school would be that we perhaps could never make an amendment to our permit past that time because we would be required to be on sewer or water. Chantal, can you confirm that, or?
Yes, if
you'd mentioned it in the staff report.
Yeah, because I didn't want you guys to, we'll get a time extension, because for a time extension, we have to say, okay, we'll extend the time of a permit as long as it meets current development code and current general plan status. I think a project amendment would still be reviewed under the project. No, it would be the new code. So, I mean, it's a draft general plan and it's not adopted, but if it
You're
goes.
asking for an amendment or an extension of existing permit and the codes change, you have to go to the newer? That doesn't make any sense. If you're asking for an extension, it's an extension of what you already have. It wouldn't include the new stuff.
Time extension and amendment requires consistency with the plans in place at the time of request. That's in our
Not at the time that the permit was approved?
No, it's consistent with the plans in place at time of the request.
So that is why we have 3 phases of this in this current project. You're talking about an amendment to try and instead of revoking. What are we talking about an amendment for?
I think Billy brought up the amendment because instead of having us move forward with revoking the use permits and stopping their uses on site because they didn't comply with a condition, he would prefer to amend his current permit and bring down the number so the school could continue operating.
And that was my suggestion.
If we do some sort of approval, do we render that former 44 student thing, do we render that null and void, or does that still exist in the background?
Your use permit is still valid unless it's revoked, and the revocation process occurs through the planning commission, whoever is up on the dais.
So that former 44 student use permit would still be running in the background?
Right, as long as they're still in compliance with it and it doesn't get revoked, they still have that 44 student limitation.
Well,
correct.
So the permit that we've been working for 2+ years would then be revoked, and we'd be back to the 94 permit and have to start over. I'm sorry. Did I understand that correctly?
It would be up to the planning commission, is what I'm hearing. Right. And your amendment idea is actually feasible.
As well, I mean,
as a suggestion.
The amendment is not feasible unless it
Not
gets
unless
in
sewer is
before
feasible.
the general plan is adopted.
Well, I'm confused as to why we can't just create a condition of approval that outlines that this project is approved under the agreed upon conditions. We may want to make some changes with the 44 and will allow up to 65 students should these requirements be met without having to do any amendments or.
So
we don't need to approve anything for the 44. That's already done. We are just approving.
Well, it was more of the not having to come back or.
So the conversation started with the road maintenance. So what I was trying to do is just get a temporary road maintenance just for phase 1. So the question is, what if they don't get a permanent road maintenance agreement for phase 2? What would happen? So does it revert back? And that's how we got into this hole right here.
So to chime in here, I don't think it's realistic you're going to get more kids in that school this year. I think you guys need to come to that realization that it's going to take months to get your draft plan in place, your road maintenance agreement. Even if it only took 60 days, like best case scenario, you only got 60 days left in the school year.
Well, there's
No, if it takes you 60 days from today to get you all that stuff in place, so now you can move the other kids left, and you're only going to have 60 days left after that in the school year.
Well, the evacuation plan is, we've been working on it since it was introduced to us, which.
But it's going to take some time. I mean, Martin said it's going to take some time to get a draft plan together.
To a draft? No, I actually think we're pretty close to a draft, aren't we?
3 weeks, 4 weeks out.
Okay, a month.
Right, but I mean, but our I mean, the preschool hasn't even vacated yet. I mean, we can't get anybody in there now until then. So, we're not expecting.
I just wonder if your best bet is not to try and get a yes approval with the conditions that staff has already put in place to have you guys move forward.
So back to the 65. There's an appeal period and stuff on this thing. During that appeal period, we could be trying to get the consultant to finalize the draft on the evacuation plan to get that part done. If it requires something that we sign and record that basically says you guys are on the hook for maintenance through the end of the school year, and you have to commit to that, but not in perpetuity, while you have time to work on the road maintenance agreement, that's really it on those two items for phase one.
And
now, yes, 2 weeks, 3 weeks is optimistic. Can it be done? Yes, with the right people. Will it be done? It's got to be the right people pushing to get it done. So.
I'm not, the sticky point we're running into here is that evacuation plan. It doesn't sound like we can just do a draft of that because it is in the MND. It's in the mitigated.
It's mitigating a significant impact to the project. So I think it would need to be approved.
So that one is going to need to be approved. You can get it handed in 3 weeks, but it sounds like it has to go through 3 other entities that could take 6.5 years. I don't know.
Did Mr. Papani not speak to an equivalent change that?
The evacuation plan, he was talking about the road widening equivalent alternative.
I understand.
The evacuation plan.
You're correct, Vice Chair Tarnay. Yeah, that's a mitigation measure to a significant impact that's been identified in the CEQA checklist. And I don't think it would take 6.5 years. That's certainly not the intent. I think we'd all be working on trying to get it approved and off everyone's plate. But it is an unknown time frame. I think Commissioner Freeman is spot on that there are several things that need to happen before you can exceed the 44 students. And then I would lastly add that I'm not certain that approval of a modified condition is enforceable, given that our town engineer has weighed in and Truckee Fire has indicated that they wouldn't approve anything beyond 44. So I think there's probably better time spent getting the plan in and into the review process, any building permits and whatnot, but that's certainly your discretion. I'm just looking at the language and it seems pretty tight, and in addition to the findings that are required to be made.
You guys could get a yes right now for what has been submitted here, which is all achievable. It's just not for this year, it's for next year.
Right, we're aware of that. And had that been appealing, then the ask would have been different.
Sure.
There are significant financial pitfalls to us continuing at too low a number. The community's on the edge, and that's why we were asking. That's why we were asking for something that really was kind of extraordinary, and it felt like the commission was pushing to help us get there.
I think we want to do that, but I don't think we actually can. I don't think it's really in our power to do that to get you there.
Can we write and just say, we will, I would like to put it a condition of approval and say, yes, we will approve up to 65 students as long as you have gotten agreement from the fire department, as long as you have gotten agreement from the fire department that your draft evacuation plan is enough, as long as you have, I think the town is fine.
We can't do the draft.
And it can't be a draft. It has to be an approved evacuation according to the
Or
NMD.
you can do the 65 students as soon as you get approval of your evacuation plan, but it has to be approved. Sorry.
Isn't the evacuation plan an evacuation plan for 240 students? I mean, that's what the MND is addressing, is 240 students. We're not talking about that.
You're correct. I mean, the plan does look at the whole project. 65 students was, I believe, proposed today, correct? So the plan, I would argue, would need to address 65 students or anything beyond the 44. But again, the MND is written with the language of approval, not a draft.
Okay, but you're saying they could do an approval of an emergency plan for 65 students, not for the 200.
I don't know that. And that's not something I'd necessarily be prepared to answer at 10:56.
We can't.
We propose that.
On a 12-hour day.
I would like to propose this.
Right.
Yeah, I would like to propose this.
No more than 12. Know the answer
I don't know.
until we ask the question.
I would like to propose that we make a condition of approval that they can increase to 65 students as long as they can get approval from the fire department for some sort of different road or approval from the fire department. As long as they have through the end of the year road maintenance agreement. I think it should be fine if they delay the traffic impact fee to phase 2. I think you will need to have an evacuation plan approved. Whether that needs to be for 65 or 200, I don't know. I think the workforce housing fee can be postponed. And your other ask was 65. There it is, 64. Something about the modulars. I don't know what that is. Your neighbor is very irritated by those.
I think keeping them in place.
It's a code compliance. They have an open code compliance case with code enforcement. So,
Can we just say they can deal with that in the spring? I mean, there's so many examples of projects in town that are not up to compliance. We let these projects sit and fester and, totally unsafe sites for years. I mean, some portables.
It's been a year and a half, but it was complaint based. So I'm not a code enforcement officer.
We would create a requirement. I'm totally in agreement with everything you've said.
Should we go over the condition? Because I'm a little worried. I think we need to go through each condition of approval, because just writing a new one for a project that was never proposed at 65, I think we're going to have a very funky document.
Okay, again, there's 21 conditions of approval that use the words increase in student population, and I have highlighted them if you would like to go over them. Are you ready?
I think we probably need to go over.
So
unfortunately, not that I want to be here any longer, but I think we need to figure, this is going to be the resolution and this is going to be what you're going to approve. So it needs to be correct. So
can I give you a list to start with? Can we write down the list of ones that include the words increase in student population?
Sure, but I still think we need to go over each one to make sure that we're approving the right thing.
16 is the first one. That's existing drainage for on the property and adjacent properties.
Are you wanting to modify that one?
She's asking about all of the ones that talk about increase in student population.
I know, but some of them are just after. There is also after final decision from the Planning Commission that doesn't say increase in. Hold on, I'm going to go into Word. Let's see.
I don't. Rewriting 21, at least 21, if not more, conditions of approval at 10:50 at night were
this is.
I'm losing faith that this is going to happen.
If I may make a suggestion, would the commission consider addressing this in a
email?
in a reasonable timeframe and potentially having a special meeting to approve it?
I am totally fine with a special meeting, but
when
a special meeting before the February commission hearing?
Yes.
It would need to. How long do you need to notice them for?
About 2.5 weeks. And I'm not certain that we have capacity to do that. We are trying to finish the general plan. To be perfectly honest, we are under a number of deadlines, and I also don't know if the commission has capacity, given that you're going to be sitting through general plan meetings.
2 weeks gets us to the 31st.
I was just trying to look at.
Again, our original recommendation was to continue to allow us time to consult with our town engineer and Truckee Fire we don't believe that the recommendations that you're making are potentially valid in light of the findings, and that would be my final recommendation for your consideration this evening.
Well, it sounds like everybody on the dais wants to do this, and that our issue is the hour of the day.
The issue is that it's larger than this dais.
And that we need.
And I don't mean that as a joke. I mean, there's other state and county entities that even if we say yes, you still have to get approvals from.
Okay.
Which is what I was trying to work on. I was trying to get us to yes, and then you guys deal with the other entities. That was my original goal.
As was I, and the staff is.
Which I think is acceptable to us.
Not.
So what I'd like
Staff
to do
is
then.
ready to you know, if you guys want to change the suggested conditions of approval, that staff is ready to take your direction.
So what I was trying to do was, if we can once again get the staff suggestions for phase one, modify those, vote on it, and then you guys got to handle the other entities.
There is more in the conditions of approval that would need to be amended, is what Chantal is saying. There is 21 conditions of approval that specifically mention increase in student population.
And there are others that don't specifically mention that, but are hinged on approval. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you guys want to change this to 65, then and you're going to come out and say, adopt resolution 2020-16 with the modified conditions approval, we have to actually modify them. We can't just say, or you could continue it and say, staff, we want to get to 65, go back and reword these to get us there. But if we're not continuing, then I think we have to do this, or we don't.
Our hesitation around continuing was continuing around negotiating some of these issues with staff. If the Planning Commission is directing staff that this is how we want it, and it isn't a question of the applicant negotiating with staff to try to come to some agreement, I see that as a different animal. And if you have your minds made up of the way that you'd like to do it, and it would just take time, I think we can certainly live with that.
And again,
continuance, you mean?
Right, with a continuance. But the challenge is just hearing what's being said with the general plan and schedule, that it doesn't sound like that we would see this come about for months, because we're not talking about February now. Now we're talking about maybe March. And the challenge is for us is that we have to submit our improvement plans for phase two in weeks, because we know you guys, the planning and building department, engineering department will have to go through those plans, approve them, and then we got to get the construction started so we can try and get kids in seats by September. So I think part of our challenge isn't just the 65. I mean, we got two challenges there that we're trying to deal with, right? And I think, we don't want to have everybody in the hot seat, and everybody's white knuckling this tonight. I mean, we've been white knuckling with dealing with this project for 3+ years. But I think the reality is, though, is we're going to be literally done if we can't get to a point where we know we can get the permit packets submitted. We can't submit those until we have an approved, project essentially for phase two, let alone get kids in there for this time being. And I think that what you guys were saying is if we could get to approval to where we could then have to go and get approvals from the environmental health, fire, we're willing to take those on, but those time tracks then wouldn't be tied to planning commission meetings that happen over months periods of time, and knowing that you guys already have a packed schedule. So I think, if there's a way to do that still and still have to go through that process, but, obviously Chantel's absolutely correct. There's plenty of language in there that is driving the ship around the quantity of kids that's not based on the 65 or whatever. So obviously those would have to be adjusted or modified, and I don't know how that's done. If it doesn't have to be done tonight, is there a direction you can do that would allow them to do it and come back? Or is it only done in a meeting, official meeting? I think that's the challenge, seems like.
I think it's probably too big just to have staff do without us reviewing it. 68 conditions?
I think you would have to take approval on the wording that's there, right? So I think that the choices are, you guys tell us what you want us to write, and then you approve the way it is, or you direct staff to kind of, and this is to John's point, or to Billy's point, where you would direct us to look into these things, and then we would come back. I don't think you can, I'm not sure you would be able to just direct us to change the language, because we could go back and the town engineer could say, it's just another opportunity for staff to come back and then you to say, no, change it this way. I don't know if that makes sense. But if you want, we can explore an option, or we can make changes right now for you.
I feel powerless again, in that the commission has clearly stated the direction they want to go in, and we're being told that.
We're just asking you to tell us exactly what to change so you can approve it.
I would like you to strike the wording, increase in student population, from conditions of approval 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, and we're going to, I'll give you the rest of them. And then we're going to add a condition of approval that we approve this for 65 students, as long as they have received approvals from the other entities that need to approve the actual approved evacuation plan.
So you'd like 16 to say prior to an increase in student population beyond 65 students? Is that what you'd like?
Oh my gosh, can we just do that for all of those?
No, because your mitigation measure cites 44 students, and it requires approval of that evacuation plan.
I can start moving the ones that aren't mitigation measures, but like I said, this takes you reviewing it and directing staff, so.
I think it would be faster to just focus on the 5 that they're asking for a change to.
Okay.
Yeah. And Becky just made a great point. There's 5 that Martin has identified they're asking to change, not the 21, correct?
Yes, there's
24,
5 that they're
26.
asking for.
That's a good point.
Okay, let's go. 25, 26. Traffic impact fees.
So
What am I changing it to?
the traffic impact fees already doesn't actually apply to this. It's when they apply for building permits for new buildings is when the traffic impact fees apply. The estimates given there are based on a square footage of proposed buildings. If there's existing buildings on the site that they're utilizing, there's no building permits being issued for that to occur, so there's no traffic impact fees being collected for that phase 1.
Should I just write prior to phase 2? Prior to phase 2. What was the next one that Martin was?
Well, he started with 23, the paved
Okay.
road.
I thought it was 24.
Well, no, he said 23 paved road, 24 road maintenance agreement. There's 2 of them there.
So that one, you could probably add a sentence to the end of it, something along the lines of an alternative equivalent to a 24-foot wide paved roadway.
Alternative equivalent to a 24-foot to a 24-foot typing on 14 hours.
No, it already says that.
Yeah, we're talking about an
go up.
alternative though, right? You're requesting that we go back and look to see if there's an alternative that's equivalent to meet the fire code, emergency operations, and town.
I thought you were actually sticking it in the sentence that said including a 24-inch wide paved
She
road.
added it at the end. You can see it.
And an alternative equivalent to a 24-foot roadway may be
considered
by the town engineer, might be approved by the town engineer.
Yeah, maybe approved by the town engineer with recommendation or
Approved
consultation with Truckee Fire.
Town engineer.
To be honest, I'm not sure.
And
I'm not sure the town engineer has any intention of approving anything other than what was written.
We don't disagree.
This is
I
the
mean,
request.
Right.
So making that change to say that, the town engineer will have to approve something that they don't want to, sort of pointless.
I mean, I think we're trying to be responsive to Vice Chair Tarnay's direction and complaint that you feel powerless and you'd like to make a decision this evening. So I think we're trying to accommodate that, but I don't disagree with you.
Okay, next one that the applicant was hoping to get changed? Was it the road maintenance agreement?
Yeah, 24.
And you and Planning Commission would like that to be within a year?
This one also is, my interpretation of it is that it's also subject to the town engineer. If they want to propose a 1-year maintenance agreement, the town engineer says, no, that's not sufficient.
The Planning Commission doesn't.
I think that's
supersede
the town engineers under their purview to determine whether that's appropriate or not.
This is pointless, I think, at this point.
What,
I don't.
So this says engineering division recommendation. Can't we override that?
So that's because this is a draft document. These are the recommended conditions of approval, and then when they finalize, we take off the word recommendation.
Right.
I don't think you can. I mean, what we're saying is you can't override the town engineer who makes these decisions, from what we understand.
Yeah, there's certain things that you can override, which we kind of discussed 5 hours ago. Is that there are things under your purview that you can modify. Maybe it's aesthetics. Life safety typically is not one of those things that you can override the town engineer's purview that's been granted to him by the town council to ensure that life safety is provided to projects like this. So that's the way that the conditions of approval were written, were to ensure life safety from an engineering standpoint, in consultation with Truckee Fire and the emergency operations. So those are the conditions before you, is based on that purview from the town engineer.
And I suspect if you approve a modified resolution tonight, we will certainly vet that with our town attorney and make sure that everything can remain valid within your action that you take tonight.
And if he says no, what happens?
We would likely return with a remodified resolution, I suspect. I'm honestly not sure what would happen if he invalidated your approval. That is certainly new territory for me.
This is going to come back to us no matter what we do tonight.
Right. What if we just direct you to get them to 65? What is that possible? What can they do that? What is the minimal they need to do to allow them to get to 65 students? Do the bulb outs work? They've already got the widened road. This is just till June.
Right.
Can we direct you? Can we direct you? That is our direction, and you figure out how you do it.
So that would be directing.
That, to me, answers all these questions without having to go through every single one.
Sure. So you guys can direct. This is kind of alternative action one, right? Is go to continuance, direct staff to come back with what we can do.
How do we get
beyond what staff?
65?
I mean, to be honest, staff did the 95 to what we thought, but now we can go back to the town engineer and say, would you approve a 1-year road maintenance agreement?
Yeah.
Would you approve, will Truckee Fire approve bulb outs? I mean, that's
we can bring that back in February.
So
in front of your commission.
I don't see that being any worse than anything other option we have before us, other than just allowing the 44 or whatever is in place. And
you'll be okay with?
We'll think.
We might make it different.
That'd be great. Then I can just do it when I get back.
I'm going to give them a moment to discuss here, and we're going to awkwardly stare at each other.
The commission has offered to make some changes that I think are more low-hanging fruit around in lieu fees, around other things like that. I think it's becoming clear that anything that goes back to staff, and particularly engineering, is probably going to be met with the same logic and same attention to detail as what we've got today. And so I don't know that sending it back to staff to say, what can you do to get us to 65, and that the answer is likely to be, well, we can't. And then we're in the same place. It does help considerably for us to modify some of the conditions that can be easily modified. And because there's just fewer hurdles for us to get over. If we have to get over a road maintenance agreement, we have to get over a road maintenance agreement. But if we have to get over, that, and you have to pay $77,000 worth of fees, and you have to do all this other stuff. I mean, we can work awfully hard on a road maintenance agreement, but it would be made a whole lot easier if the other conditions that were more easily modified by the Planning Commission directly were modified by the Planning Commission directly.
So is that just the fees?
That would have been really easy for that, like an hour ago.
3 hours ago.
Exactly. Oh, God.
I predicted 11 o'clock, so I'm only 12 minutes late.
Yeah. Good first meeting. They're not usually like this. We usually do a much better job.
Oh, I knew this was going long, so. My first time up here, but it ain't my first rodeo.
Yeah, right. I knew it's for sure. First rodeo.
And what a way to get indoctrinated into this job.
You were like, what was I thinking?
Okay, I'm going to add one more thing, not to confuse anything, but maybe to
throw it out there.
I'll just throw it out there. What's being requested for, I mean, he's kind of hitting the nail on the head, is that they've already requested that staff look at increasing student count. They asked originally to 95. As you can see, none of the conditions say prior to 95 students. It was never a consideration of, hey, the school wants to increase to 95 students. The question that was discussed between the town engineer, the fire marshal, emergency operations was they want to increase the student count beyond 44. Regardless of what that number is how the conditions were written. So the request, the proposed request of, can they increase to 65? Well, it's already been discussed of increasing anything beyond 44. At that time, it was up to 95. That was met with the conditions that you see. So just want to throw that out there.
We understand that. But we also understand that no one can do this. No one can meet all of these things, especially a school that is not allowed to actually collect enough tuition to pay any of these things.
What do you got?
I'd like to echo what Vice Chair Tarnay just said, that seems to be a whole lot of stuff that maybe didn't need to be in there, in addition to the things that did need to be in there. It would help us if some of those things were cleared out. I think certainly pushing off the in lieu fee for until the proposed later date, for workforce housing. And I think it seems as if everything else is tied to phase one.
Well, it sounds like the traffic impact fee can also be pushed off to phase two. So that's two fees, workforce housing and traffic impact fee. Other than that, we have paved road maintenance agreement and evacuation plan that seem like we're going to run up against the town engineer and or fire department. Is that your read on it?
So we're discussing the in lieu fee and how that could be deferred or partially paid, or how that would work. Obviously, there's not something in our code that says you can do it later. But we're thinking that maybe we can either defer it, or I think if we recalculated it from 44 to 65, it would probably be so small there wouldn't be one.
Yeah,
and
we're
so
not
then
adding employees to do it.
well, it's right. It's a calculation, basically. But maybe we could make that to phase 2, because at some point it's the use permit, right? The use permit is asking for a maximum. It didn't ask for 65. It asked for 240. But I think that. Do you think that we could rewrite that condition and then obviously check with Andy if that's okay not to pay the fee at the time? But so rewrite affordable housing to phase 2.
Yes.
Condition of approval 43. Workforce housing fee, not affordable, but workforce.
In effect, the in lieu fee adopted by town council in effect at the time of phase 2 of your favorite word, Susie, exercising phase 2 approval. Exercising phase 2 approvals.
Do we need to rewrite 26, Scott, in order to say that it's?
I think I might. I said prior to phase 2.
On 26?
Yep.
Oh, you already
It's
did.
up there. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Perfect.
I'm trying to get us there.
You're amazing.
We're all amazing at 11:18 p.m. Okay.
I have to be up in about 4 hours, just so you know.
Becky's already up for tomorrow.
So you still have some wording in there from the paved road and the road maintenance agreement that is seeking approval from the town engineer. Are we leaving that in? Are we taking that out?
No, take it out.
Take it out? It's your guys' call. Now, like what Jenna said, when we go back, if it's vetted that you've overstepped your boundaries, we'll have to come back.
Let me just clarify. We're all tired, right?
Yeah.
Take it out, go back to the original. If you're going to vote to approve, essentially phase 1 is almost a moot point, right? If we're not going to get phase 1, we're not going to try to do something this winter, but they need their approval so they don't have to come back and do this again. So yeah, we're not going to negotiate an alternative road section and all that stuff. We're going to wait till spring and we're going to pave, and we can't increase the building capacity. That's where we're at.
Change is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying go back. I mean,
Go back to what it was.
yeah.
But we're happy with the fee deferral, though. That's
Fee deferrals are always good. Anything we can help. They've got to do their metrics and see if they can still make it work. So, but yes, thank you.
okay. And
the you had suggested the traffic impact fees as well were something that, so
phase 2, prior to phase 2.
we're phase 2 as well. Is that
But we had also talked about that, is it lowered because you, Scott, you had said something that they could negotiate with you for a lower traffic impact fee because of their VMT savings.
They are allowed to, yes, submit as part of that.
we're allowed to make an appeal?
I don't know if we necessarily need, yeah, I mean, it's in our AB 1600 ordinance to allow for an applicant to provide documentation of a different trip generation. I don't know if it needs to necessarily be fully outlined in the condition of approval.
I don't think so, because it says estimated. So I think prior to phase 2, that would be cemented. You guys could discuss what the TIF is.
You could do the same thing for 27 as well for the facilities impact fees.
Prior to phase 2.
Yeah.
I'm just making random highlights so I remember to change the recommendation to Planning Commission. Okay.
You want to take out the Sunday hours then if we're doing this?
Oh, it's funny. I actually looked that up at some point this evening.
Where did you find that?
So there's a different noise requirement for non-residential and residential. So they're actually not exempt, but they can go on Sundays.
Number
14, that's right.
Number 37.
I can't change the mitigation measure. I think that one is a mitigation measure in there, but
Well-
our development code will supersede that section being more restricted. So, okay, so hours of operation limited to 7 and 9. This is correct, 9 and 6 on Sunday. This is the part that needs to come out. It's the no construction shall be permitted on Sunday, other than on Sunday. Maybe we'll keep designated holidays, because I think that's for everybody. I think. Doesn't say in our code, though. Oh, let's just
You
take,
just took out
let's
the
just
shall
take
be
that
permitted.
whole sign. Oh, and this isn't real word, so I can't go back. No construction. Oh gosh, what's back on your keyboard shortcut? No, that's copy. Control Z. There we go. Thank you. It's too late.
Leave the shall be permitted, just take out on Sundays. Or Sundays or. Perfect. I think you still need the word on.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I don't forget to change this in the final one. No construction doesn't analyze.
Should say on. Yeah, there you go. Oh, is there anything else? Is there anything else? So am I going to make a
Vice
motion?
Commissioner Tarnay, have you listed a number of things? Is there anything on your list that could be done easily on tonight that?
Do you mean the other 21 conditions of approval? that
Among them,
list
yeah, I mean, I
those
think the
words?
issue is not
19.
if there was any that stuck out to you.
Okay. Can I just remove 18 since it says prior to 44 instead of 19 if I'm taking out a duplicate?
Can we, I mean, that drainage one, does that need to happen? Can that do with phase 2? Prior to building grading permit issuance, just take out or increase in student population on 16?
So the applicant team's already provided most, if not all, of that information already. So
Oh, so that's not an issue. Okay, moving on.
18 should come out, right?
Yay, applicant team.
Taking 18 out.
They're redundant. 18 and 19 are the same.
Do we have an erosion control plan and stormwater quality control plan? Because that is also contingent on an increase in student population beyond the currently permitted limit of 44. That is condition of approval 17. Just scroll up a smidge.
Isn't it 21? Oh.
No.
Oh.
Not on mine. Erosion control plan and stormwater quality plan. Do we have those? Is that?
yeah, I mean, we have a draft of the drainage report. So yeah, that could be phase 2. It technically applies to, no, never mind. It applies to when they're building the roadway.
Okay, so that one has to stay because it's roadway linked. That's what you're saying.
It's roadway linked, correct.
$18 struck out. Anything else?
BMP operation and maintenance plan. That's also roadway linked. That is 21.
Yeah, I mean, that's both roadway and existing buildings.
It's okay.
I don't think that's going to stop the increase in students. I think they're pretty much there with their BMP plan.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, good. Snow removal storage plan. How are we doing on that?
They're good.
We're good.
I think
Good.
we're all in agreement.
Okay. Okay, 23 is the road improvement, 24 is the road agreement, 26,
Did we decide what we're doing?
traffic impact fee.
We're just going with it.
Phase 2.
26,
Phase 2
phase 2, yeah.
Hold on one second. No, the road maintenance agreement,
No, that one needs,
we're staying with that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, phase 2, so 28. So VMT, that's just them submitting the calendar and showing us the 23.2. I think that's probably something.
I think
that can be
you
done.
have that done, right? Yep. Okay.
And that's a mitigation measure, sorry, so.
And it's a mitigation.
So we can't change that.
29 is
required. That would be like the.
those are the things that we need: the water, the the septic, the as built.
We could do that prior to phase 2.
Okay, that's 30.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
38 more to go.
Gosh, if we would have done this a while ago, we'd be done. Okay, mitigation measures. I think we can all agree that we cannot change the mitigation measures.
Nope.
Shall I scroll right through those?
Yeah, we got evacuation.
Does everyone agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Then we just get to 39. Is that where we are?
Yes, snow storage plan. This is, a lot of these are just straight
Yeah,
out
we
of the
have that.
development code. We've got that. Parking and circulation.
Exterior lighting, we've got that as well. That was in the workforce housing is 43. Did we change that one?
We did. Phase 2 approvals.
44, proposed bicycle parking spaces. That could be with phase 2, right?
One thing on the bicycle parking, they are receiving I think it's an 8% reduction for riding bicycles to work or to school. They should probably have bicycle parking for people using that method of
Can you
transportation.
get it there?
Oh, that doesn't seem like it's a giant hurdle.
Perfect. 45.
This is the proof of the solid waste service.
Okay, and that,
let's see, the proposed
that they
storage,
have.
storage area is properly screened. This is I wrote that specifically into the plan that they could screen later, so this is
Perfect.
the development code. Mechanical equipment, I don't think that's going to.
We do have to really quick discuss as a commission. Number 48, are we comfortable with the signage as long as it meets the standards? Yes? Mitch?
Yeah.
Freeman, how do you feel about sign?
I think the sign's fine.
Perfect.
Dust suppression.
Landscaping plan? How are we on that?
They have it already.
Okay.
Yeah, we would just
Wait.
have to finalize it, but I don't think that needs to. Oh, there's landscaping in the parking, but I think we could go on we can approve that as it goes. Yeah, so we're good with that.
So that's 55. The first bullet there does have issuance or increase in student population. I don't know if you need to get rid of that increase in student population right there.
Oh,
Yeah,
let's
currently
just phase 2 it.
You are the best. We are getting there. I've got only 3 pages left here. Okay, I'm getting down to 59 is my next one that has increased septic system phase 1. Yeah, we need to get that.
Well, hold on, I'm reading the required impact fees, so we can't change that. That's not under our discretion.
Which one are you on? Sorry.
56. But that's as it says, discretion of respective agency,
Yeah, that's
noise.
district.
The kitchen. You guys know what you're doing with that?
So just to be clear, what's in there, it sounds like, I haven't seen it myself, but it sounds like there's a hot plate in there, a refrigerator, some microwave.
Okay.
It's essentially functioning as a break room for the teachers.
No, that's fine. It was in the social services report that they approved a kitchen. So maybe just provide us information on what that is, and then we can. Yeah. We would just want it permitted if you wanted to keep it.
It's
if it was
what's
if
out
it was
in
a
the
kitchen.
hallway, right there. Only the fridge
You
is
don't
bigger.
need to permit a hot plate, a microwave, and a.
No, it was
Toaster?
just called a kitchen by the state of California
Okay.
for the preschool. So
Okay.
That's
What number is the kitchen on? Where are you?
58.
Okay. Did we get? 50?
Oh, I don't know why I highlighted it.
Okay. You got 59 septic system.
Yeah, maximum capacity. So we can change to approve for the, instead of maximum capacity, do you want to change it to 65 or?
I'm not sure where we are, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, septic system phase 1, prior to building permit issuance or increase in student population beyond the currently permitted 44. But we do need to have, I think we just leave that. We agree that whatever you're going up to, you need to have the permits from from, which one did I do this time, Mitch? NCEHD?
But that, is that saying before any extra students, they have to have the full capacity for 245?
No, it's saying that they have to demonstrate that Nevada County has approved whatever capacity they're going for in that first phase.
Okay, thank you. I don't know.
Phase 2, they would have to bring it up because at some point we can't it can't be every 3 weeks we check in on how many students there are and where the septic capacity is.
Okay.
Water permit, same thing. Code compliance agreement, that's just part of the letter, the code compliance letter. Modular classrooms. It sounds like they're gonna jump right into phase 2 pretty darn quick, so I'm not sure that this is even a,
You could just leave it.
yeah, I think we could just leave it at this. Emergency response plan, we can't change.
That's the 65, yeah. And then we have 60.
I think we do need to do the long-term mitigation monitoring fee, because that's kind of that's part and parcel with the M&D. I'm not sure I know how much. Do you know how much that is? Current fee schedule. What is that? $1,700.
I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it.
Well, regardless, it's on our fee schedule posted. but-
Long-term mitigation monitoring fee is $1,700.
I'm not sure. It's in our fee schedule.
Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or?
Why don't we look at our fee schedule?
You can look it up on our fee schedule.
Oh, God, really?
I mean, if you want the answer, it changes.
I just think it affects them if it's tens of thousands versus.
It's on our website, so let's look. Townwide fee schedule. Huh?
You got it.
I'm hoping. Long term, it's a $7,000 deposit.
But it's a deposit, so it's only using the money that we spend and then we return whatever we don't use.
Can you swing it?
If need be, yeah, sure.
Okay.
I was thinking of the one time. That's 15.
And there were
Okay.
other agencies that we cannot control.
Yes.
I think 69 is the one we looked at, but those ones need to happen. That's other agencies, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Are we ready to make a motion?
I probably need to get you guys a motion to make that outlines the changes.
Raymond, are you still awake?
As amended by the planning commission?
Yeah. You say as amended. That's fine.
Okay.
After the resolution is voted on, Vice Chair, does the meeting adjourn immediately, or would there be room for a comment? Should I make the comment now while they're doing this?
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
I'll just throw it out there.
I think our community owes a great big thank you to the 4 people on this dais tonight for listening to us, for working towards solutions, and working to try to get to yes. Working to try to get to yes is, I think, the Truckee way. And I really appreciate all your efforts to get us there. If everyone did that, I think, we'd be a happier community. So thank you very much for seeing the need, for seeing people and not rules. Thank you for touching the humanity of it, because I know that this process can sometimes strip that out. So thank you for your efforts this evening. Thank you for what is obviously caring towards us and our community. We didn't get what we asked for, but what we got was a very good effort on the part of people who truly care about their community. So thank you very much on behalf of myself, FOTTW, and our community.
Party at New Moon Foods.
I have the new recommendation if anyone wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-16 as amended, approving the following actions based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval. 1, adopt a mitigated neg deck. 2, approve the development permit. And 3, approve the use permit.
I'll second.
Vice Chair Tarnay.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Claren.
Yes.
Oh, it's me. I have to do something now. Motion passes. Oh, there we go. Oh my God. Great. Now we move on to staff reports. Any staff reports? You guys awake? Oh my God, you look glazed, Scott.
And he gets to drive it,
Staff reports? No. Yes?
No staff reports. We do have one quick information item, and just that we potentially have one item for your consideration next month. It is scheduled during Ski Skate Week, so we will be reaching out to make sure that we would have a quorum for that discussion, and just stay tuned.
Can you share what that is?
It's a potential time extension.
Okay, only because I'm sensitive to anything with a big community focus that would be held during Ski Skate Week, but something that's minor.
Yeah, I would say it's not a big community focus.
It's not like the general plan.
No, we would not do that.
Okay. Then item 11 is commission member reports. Freeman.
Nothing to report.
Ms. Riley.
Nothing.
And Mitch,
I'm too new.
Yeah, too new. I have nothing. And I'm going to say we're adjourned, and we will to the next meeting of the Planning Commission, February 21, 2023, 5 p.m. at 10183 Truckee Airport Road, Truckee, California, 96161. Have a great night.